our thoughts,
Absolutely.
because that was a kind of a shocker.
Yes,
It was.
Just remember them, it'd be good, I think.
thank you.
Okay.
So we'll start the order at 4:35. Yeah, and first item on agenda.
Your roll call really quick.
Is approval of agenda. Subject to COVID, Brown Act COVID.
But before we approve the agenda, I have a couple of comments to make. May I do that?
Well, we have to roll call first.
Just to get
No,
a
before the approval, I'd like to say, in order to be in touch with the Brown Act, we need to move the public comment from the closed session to the open session, and we need to move the consent agenda back to the open session, and then approval of the consent agenda, and that will take care of getting it back as it used to be. So I'd like to make a motion that we do that.
I think that there needs to be a roll call first, and then we can talk about how the agenda should be approved as amended.
Well, what happened two meetings ago, Mr. Ephoff said, we don't have time to comment on the consent agenda, so we need to move it. So when that happened, I think this happened. So, but the closed session with the public comment can happen with the Brown Act. So if we move the consent agenda back into open session, public comment into the open session, then the public can comment on the consent agenda if they want to question or if they want to take anything out. And I think that's the way we originally had it, but we changed it.
Yeah, I think on this one agenda, and sorry, I was out of town, there's a typo, and I think subparagraph 3 just needs to be deleted. There is on paragraph 7, page 4.
There's another public comment in there that deals with it.
Correct. So I think
So
7 and 8.
To get it back like it should be, we should change the agenda to get the consent agenda back in, add the public comment section, and then we can approve the consent agenda and it's smoother.
The comment was erroneously in that section. It should not have been in that section. So the approval agenda would include removal of the public comment section to be moved out to the open
But
session.
we can't have the public comments in the closed
And
session.
Alex will say something more details about the COVID section.
So next time I think it should be choose and I make a motion, we do it. Now,
Before we make the motion, I think just so we have it clear, we need the roll call. So
Okay.
we've got we'll start with Dr. Bell.
yeah. Here, Ken Sorrells.
Yeah.
Dr. Pandy is in person.
Aye.
And Dr. Reddy's appearing remotely, and Dr. Liberty, or sorry, Ms. Lomelli is appearing in, okay.
Now we can.
Okay,
Do they would need to make sure they have no one that's around them or listening or at the doors or anything?
we're not in closed session yet, it's
Okay.
open. All right, so from what I gather, and just so we make it clear, I think there needs to be 3 separate changes to this agenda. The first is that in approving the agenda, it's subject to the COVID protocols as Dr. Reddy requested. That would be Government Code Section 54953E3B2. It is based on the Tulare County Health and Human Services policy that individuals with COVID quarantine, which was issued May 26 and followed the state guidelines. The last updated state guidelines from June 9th, 2022 still require individuals who test positive with COVID to quarantine. And based on those 2 policies, that's how government code section protocols should be applied to this agenda and to our roll call. The second item is yours, Dr. Sorrells, which is that item 3 be stricken from the agenda.
And move to.
And consolidated with item 7 on this agenda,
Yes.
as they represent the same
Correct.
purpose. And number 3 is on item 4C. The beta claim that was cited is a 2022 claim, not a 2021 claim. And so therefore the correct number will be 22-001051. And that's what the agenda, when it once approved, will reflect. Are those the 3 things, Dr. Reddy?
Yes, there are 3 things, and I make a motion to approve the
There's already been a
changes.
motion.
Okay, so we have a motion then made by, you're saying, Dr.
So you
Soros?
can make one, but get mine off the table first. First, mine needs a second, and then we need to vote. Second. And so it's been seconded.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Then we have your motion.
Aye.
We need to second
Aye.
the COVID.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the roll call for all five.
Roll call is done, so good.
So no, Dr. Reddy, you've made a motion that there was some overlapping. So your motion, Dr. Sorrells, wasn't including the other two?
Was it including what the two other
Well, I would
items?
just say we need to change the agenda back and get the public comment up in the open session and then do the
Yeah,
consent.
they overlapped, it's the same thing, both of them.
Yeah,
So Reddy just needs to withdraw his motion since Kent's motion approves all those three things that you
Okay.
mentioned.
There is no second, so it'll die.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you
Then
hear
we
that,
have-
Dr. Reddy? Your motion,
it's on the COVID.
I didn't get that. What was it? Dr. Soros wanted something?
yes, so your motion that you made to approve the changes to the agenda will die for a lack of second because Kent and Dr. Pandya made the motion and seconded.
But Ken's motion included those three items, right?
Yes.
The COVID,
Yes.
the public comment and
And
the
the beta claim.
beta claim.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Did you understand that, Dr. Reddy?
The motion has passed.
Yeah.
So can we go into closed session now at 4:41?
Mhm.
And first agenda. item-
Hold on.
Hold on, Dr. Reddy, Dr. Reddy, hold on, let's second.
information only on the closed session item. Quality review, we need a motion to approve the peer review credentials.
I
Item
make a
one, the
motion,
B.
we approve the credentials as presented, peer review and quality of care.
Second.
I second. And all in favor?
Aye. We need to do it by roll call. So I need one at a time. We just start with Dr. Bell.
Roll call.
Aye.
And then Dr. Sorrells,
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Pandia, and then Dr. Reddy,
Aye.
and Director Liberty.
Yes. Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. And we need to go to B2, quality division update, quality report, motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
I second. All in favor? Roll call. I will say aye.
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 Liberty, aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
The motion passes. And item C is item information only. And the rest of the 4 items are not discussed will be.
Item C, do we need to change? It's on the schedule for approve and reject.
It got changed to information only.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we move on to the public comment session. There are 2 public comment sessions in this session. One is for a general agenda item, and then later on will be special public comment session. And usually limited to 3 minutes for each member and up to 30 minutes to give time for everybody else. So if any general public comments, would like to have them. If none, we'll move on to the next item.
Dr. Reddy, we do have a.
Dr. Reddy, we're gonna have one public comment.
And then I think during this time, Dr. Sorrells has a number of comments to read.
A number of letters to read.
Okay,
Okay, let's go through them.
After the general public comments.
okay. Mr. Yes, just state your name and, yes.
For you, attorney, and board members. Next, Richard Echo from Springville. Next up from the June 28th board meeting, board agenda. Item 3E, pursuant to Government Code Section 549 699, I believe it is. I'll get my glasses on here. Exposure to potential litigation hearing on the reconsideration of the July 27, 21 public censure of Director Pandia. Public comments as to reconstruction of July 27, 2021 public censure. Reconsideration of the July 27 censure will be held in closed session to protect confidential information, and the public will be allowed to enter closed session only to give public comment in favor or opposition of the charge. On June 27, I received word that item 3E on the June 28 agenda had been postponed until the July 26 meeting. In an article in the June 28 edition of the Recorder, Sierra View was quoted as follows: "As of now, we've been updated that the reconsideration is postponed to July 26th, and we have no further comment at this time." At the June 28, item 3E has not been removed from the agenda. On June 28 and 29, I received word from Sierra View Marketing Department that the issue you're inquiring about will be moved for discussion on July 26, 22. Based on this information, I did not prepare for a comment on the item, and the recorder did not attend the meeting that evening. At the meeting, item 3E was still on the agenda, which was approved as presented, including the provision for public comment. The board then adjourned to closed session, and no public comment was invited, requested, or allowed at that time. On return to open session, the board reported action taken on item 3E. According to the minutes, the parties have mutually agreed to continue the reconsideration to July 26, 2022. In the event July 26, 2022 passes without the reconsideration taking place, it will be deemed a withdrawal of reconsideration, and any request for reconsideration will be deemed a new request and will require a board vote for approval or rejection. I checked the Sierra View website for the recording of the June 28, 22 meeting to confirm that the minutes were correct, but none was available. Sierra View explained that if there was no link, then the session had not been recorded. There are links to recordings for all board meetings from July 2021 through March 2022. but none for April, May, or June of 2022. In summary, although Sierra View informed the public that item 3E had been removed from the June 28 meeting, it was not. It was part of the approved agenda and it was discussed in closed session without allowing any public comment, despite the fact that the agenda had allowed for public comment. This may have been an oversight, but it gives the appearance that the board was attempting to circumvent the Brown Act so that no one can have the opportunity to speak to the issue or report on the action. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Move on to the next comment.
We can have another public comment section.
Well, we have someone next door who would like to speak.
Correct.
I think this would have to be the public comment.
Yeah, this is for general
exactly.
agenda items only, not for the.
This is not the time for the public comments on the reconsideration.
Right,
That
right.
would
No.
happen after.
Yeah.
This is our normal board meeting, general public comments.
Any other mid session, any other public comments we have? Can we move on to the consent agenda approval next?
So this shouldn't.
Item 8, we need a consent agenda. I reviewed it. I need a motion to approve that.
So what you have is not this public comment? What you have to read is not,
These are in reference
okay,
To the,
to
okay.
the second
okay.
Well, then
public comments.
Okay,
this paragraph have been included in the open session.
so go ahead and we'll move on to the consent agenda approval. We need a motion for, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda and the second.
Just, we're discussing.
Because that,
I thought you combined both the public session.
That was changed.
Together.
yeah,
No.
so this.
No, but if I may talk to councils outside for a second? Yeah. Dr. Reddy, can you take a pause for a minute? Okay.
Yeah.
The way we had it, except Jim in the first one, we could approve it, but no one can make a comment. So this changed the consent agenda and put it in the thing. Well, now they screwed it up. So now they had a public comment under the closed session. So that's why I said we need to move consent agenda back up to the front. Have a public comment on the open session if we want to change a consent agenda and then move on. That's what that was. They took consent agenda out and moved it. See, they moved, this used to be in the front, now they're gonna move it back up there.
You have a discussion on, you have a discussion on this before. This is the first time we
First time. Because in the other ones, the comment wasn't under a closed session.
I have no problem.
Me either.
Lately, it has
I'm gonna be gone in 3 more meetings.
been, what are you gonna do after? What are you gonna do after that?
Nothing, sit at home.
Enjoy yourself? How is Benny doing?
She don't have hip surgery.
Oh, I see. Okay. This must be a major problem.
Or the artificial hip where the ball fit into that whole thing is worn out. So it's bone against metal. So we can open it up and put a new plastic piece in there. So the bone rubs against it.
Oh, I see. Suitable. That should make her feel much better. Yeah, but we don't have to carry her for a while.
It lasted 27 years.
There's a lot of rehab more
For, yes. So it's not really harder than the original hip.
Yeah, because she probably didn't move much, so the muscles are weak. Yeah, leg and you'll have a carry her everywhere on your back. Fireman's carry.
She does that the 18th.
Oh, 18.
I see her.
Where? Come here, Delta. That's very close by.
You don't have. You never know. You make it.
Best chance is best chances
Yes, Dr. Reddy?
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Kreis,
Can you go ahead?
just 1 second. Mr. Kreis wants to talk to the board.
Yeah, I just needed to kind of clarify some of my conflicting notes. We had initially a motion to approve the agenda with 3 changes. And I think Division 3 should have been moved to item 11B, because that is where Dr. Sorrells has a number of public comments to read as it pertains to that specific item. And so the motion to approve the agenda with those changes, can we just do a second motion that confirms that the Division 3 on the agenda is going to be taken up as part of item 11B?
Absolutely, because that's what we said. We just didn't mention the number. So we need a motion to amend that the public comment section go to 11B.
So be it.
Okay.
Second.
Second.
I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. Aye.
Well, remember, we got a roll call.
Roll call.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr.
Reddy, aye.
Dr. Reddy, we need a roll call.
Yes.
Director Bell?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Director Reddy?
Aye.
Director Liberty?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
All right.
The motion passed. So we moved to 11B. Okay.
Okay.
So can we move on to number 8, the consent agenda? I need a motion to approve and second. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'll second that. Roll call, all in favor?
I have
A clarifying question.
1 second.
Do we ask for public comment on consent agenda like he was suggesting? That was the issue.
The public comments happened before. So if somebody wanted to remove an item from the consent agenda, we would have had a comment just now that asked for that.
Nice.
But nobody asked for anything to be removed.
Okay, a roll call. Director Bell?
Aye.
Director
Aye.
Sorrells? Director Pandya?
Aye.
Director Reddy?
Aye.
Director Liberty?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So move to approve number 9, approval of minutes, June 28th, 2022 minutes of regular board meeting for the director. Motion to approve.
So moved.
I make a motion to approve.
So moved to approve the minutes of June 26th meeting.
Second.
I second that.
Roll call. Dr.
Aye.
Aye.
Director,
Abstain. I wasn't here.
Director Reddy?
Aye.
Director Liberty?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. The move CEO report, item 10.
Yes, thank you. All right. We are going to share the screen for you as well. There we go. Okay, so a few items I'd like to bring your attention to. The Sierra View actually achieved a recognition for our stroke care. This has been a journey program. We actually obtained the Gold Plus with the guidelines. So great work has been put into our stroke program. And again, to receive this consecutive award back-to-back is just a commend. I want to commend all this team for all their hard work. This is a day-to-day project, 365 days that a team works very hard with our medical staff to save lives for patients having a stroke. Next slide is also a Gold Plus award for our type 2 diabetes honor roll. Another great award with Get With The Guidelines. Again, as we focus on diabetes and diabetes being very prevalent in our community, obviously this is an initiative that's very important to us from a strategic standpoint. So great job to the team on that award. We've received some national recognition in regards to our nurse residents. Vizient is a program that our chief nursing officer partnered with to create a formal nurse residency program. So every new grad resident that comes out of nursing school has the opportunity to participate in this residency program and get up to speed so they're ready to be proficient at the bedside. So we're very, very happy with this partnership. Thank you for bringing that to our organization. Our next line is service line update. I'd like to share with the board and welcoming our 14 new residents, which is our GME residents. And here's a nice picture of them. We do have the residents for this second year, actually pre-GY2 is up on the second and third floors. We are working on some additional space. As you know, this we've added to our complement of year one residents as well. So before we know it, we'll be at year 3. So thank you. We did actually get to celebrate another accomplishment from, this is Luis Valencia, our 6th graduate of the CLS program, who actually passed his licensure and is working in our own laboratory. And this is a program where out of the 6, we still have actually 5 of them working for us. So we're very, very excited. A few years ago, we had reported we'd had a shortage of CLSs, very difficult to recruit. The average age of a CLS is over 55. So we have several new CLSs in our program. Next slide, hospital events. So we got to recognize our volunteers. We have a new officer and we did an installation of officers just a couple weekends ago. So wanted to recognize them. And Dr. Kent Sorrells joined this celebration. So thank you for taking time out in your position to do that. We also wanted to let everyone know with the district that the Volunteer League has a scholarship program. They donate significant amount of dollars to our own employees. And so just wanted to bring to the attention and thank the Volunteer League for this scholarship program. As Melissa mentioned to the board, we had our mock survey on July 12th through the 15th. All of our leaders and our employees participated. As you can see, we were highlights that we were proud of as no expired items and well-organized medication rooms. So pharmacy and the nursing team really worked hard for that. Areas of improvement, we need to work on our cleanliness, remove those cluttery items in the hallways, ensuring that equipment has ID tags, and we need to store our oxygen tanks properly. So those are some key areas as our VP of quality has mentioned. We've got an action plan and we are working on that with our leaders. The next item is our scavenger hunt. So this was a very creative idea. As you know, in any organization having thousands and thousands of supplies, having supplies that are within expirations or not out of date, we started a scavenger hunt. And the next slide will show you those results. We had a winner for the number of items that individuals could find. And there was criteria around this. So our winner was the emergency department. And our laboratory had the oldest item found. So obviously that brought great attention. And as you saw in the mock survey, we had no expired items. So great work to the team. On community outreach, as I mentioned last month, our CTC team actually went out to our Freedom Fest on July 5th July 4th, and held a booth, an education booth. So we want to recognize them as well. And then our employee engagement, wanted to take a minute and let you know Diana Lopez, who is our occupational health nurse. She was our employee of the month. And our leader of the month was our own ED, interim director of the emergency department, Bree Salaya. She has gone above and beyond for not only several months in accepting this interim role in ED leadership, but she has pitched in house supervisor and many other roles. So great job to them. And then we've launched a new initiative, as you know, with inflation and the rising cost of food. We wanted to give back to our employees. So we launched a food pantry where many people have been bringing in supplies and food and we've actually set up these shelves in the chaplaincy area. And in the chapel, people can come in and pick up some supplies and food items at their leisure. So just something that was kind of creative to give back to our employees. And last, I wanted to bring the board into the attention of all of the community. We've had 2 fallen heroes in the last month. Tori Lee, our director of IR Cath Lab, and Maribel Gonzalez have passed. And we just wanted to take a moment and express our sympathy to the family and just acknowledge them for their service, their incredible service, years of service that they have given in caring for patients. So thank you.
Thank you, Donna, for that. And we are all sad about what happened to those 2 employees. We move on to some business items. I'm going to June financials. Dr. Dixon to present.
Good afternoon. One, not the other, all right. So June wrapped up the fiscal year. You can see statistics, acute days for the month were off from budget or below budget by 12%. Average length of stay was below budget, which is a very good sign for the month. Long-term care days below budget. Outpatient visits were up. So we started the year, we were below budget on outpatient visits. We kind of worked our way up and finished the year above. Overall for the year, acute days were 13% greater than budget. Our length of stay was up 15%. Long-term care was off for the year, and outpatient visits were up. And again, compared to the prior year, other than the long-term care days, it was a stronger year. Revenues for the month, total patient revenue came in at $51,571,000, 5% or $2.8 million below budget. Deductions from revenue were below that, and part of we were going through at year end, looking at all of our accounts receivable and all the contractuals, and so we made an adjustment there of about, I think, $2.9 million to the positive. Supplemental funds were strong for the month at 2.1. They were 584,000 greater than budgeted. So we had net patient revenue of 15,383,000. Other operating revenue 982. So we had total operating revenue for the month 16,366,000, 4.4 million greater than budgeted. June expenses, total salaries, wages, and benefits were under budget 7%, 473,977. But our nemesis for the year, pro fees, were up about 1.8 million or 146%. Purchase services for June. And some of what happens at the end of the year too is we hold everything open longer to get in all the expenses for the year. So some of that happened with purchase services. We had some increase in EVS costs, those types of things. So that was up 27%. Other expenses were up 478. So total operating expenses of 14.3 million, almost 1.9 million over budget. We had a gain from operations of 2 million for the month, which was about almost 2.6 greater than what we had budgeted as a result. All right, so now I'm around again. Okay. June non-operating items, non-operating revenues, total non-operating revenue 371, which is 100,000 better than budget. So we had an increase in our net position before we consider the impact of our investments, the fair value of 2.4 million. We had $1,022,000 decrease in fair value again because of interest rates. So we ended up the month $1,394,000 as our increase in net position. On a year-to-date basis, total patient revenue, pretty close to budget, just 4.7 million above. Net patient revenue came in 12% greater. And again, a lot of that was supplementals. Other operating revenue, 7 million. That was 937,000 greater than budget. So we ended up the year 161.2 million in operating revenue, which was 17 million or 12% greater than budgeted. On the expense side, salaries, wages, and benefits were under budget by about 3.2, with the pro fees, which all of that overage is contracted staffing, was over 18 million. Total operating expenses were over budget by 18,052,000. So again, most of the action was in the pro fees. So we had a loss from operations, 7,256,000, which was 912,000 below what we had anticipated in the budget. Non-operating items, non-operating revenues were up about 9.5 million over what we budgeted. And that was because of provider relief funds, the state grant on the nurse staffing. So we had total non-operating revenue of 12,758,000, which was 9.5 million greater than we budgeted. So we had an increase in net position again before considering fair value on investments of 5.5 million, which was 8.6 million better than we had budgeted. But then we had about a $10 million fair value correction for our investments. So we ended up with a decrease in net position of 4,456,000 versus the budgeted 3,098,000. Compared to a year ago, just looking at operations, you can see 18.3 million more in revenue. Expenses were up 18.6. So we were 256,000 lower as far as our operating result. And then looking at staffing costs, total staff costs, that includes the contracted staff, 100.4 million, budgeted 84, so we were over by 16.1. That variance, when you look at it as a percentage of operating revenue, is about a $6 million impact, and compared to a year ago in those percentages, about 8.3. Provider pro fees. So for the year, we came in 1.2 million below budget and 583,000 lower than where we were in fiscal 21. And then considering interest rate impact on our investments, you can see compared to a year ago, down 289,000, 1.6 million compared to a year ago. Throw in about $10 million for the fair value adjustment, and that interest rate had a really large impact on our results. And then looking at the key ratios, so the balance sheet remains strong, days cash on hand, cash to debt. Our operating margin for the year, I mean, it's be a negative. EBITDA margin at 4.4 compared to 10 for an A rating. Debt to capitalization at 22.5%. We end up with debt service coverage of 1.07. Because we have more than 50 days cash on hand, we need to be at 1.1, so we're slightly below. We're going to wait and see how the audit plays out. We still have some things to go through before then. If we come in below 1.1, technically we're supposed to go out and talk with a consultant. But clearly our issue this year was in excess of $10 million of impact just from interest rate changes. That is the biggest thing that caused that. So I don't think a consultant can assist us with that. And then lastly, we got last Friday, Fitch Rating, they affirmed our A rating for another year with a stable outlook. And again, a lot of that is being driven by a very strong balance sheet. And so, you know, as we go forward, that will help us tremendously. That's all I have for June. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Doug. I think I like the last slide for now.
Yep.
Any questions on for Doug from the board members?
You said that the margin, operating margin is less than zero, so it's negative.
Yeah.
How much negative?
I'd have to go back and calculate, but it was what, 7 million, I think, negative. So loss from operations. We made it up on the non-operating, and again, a lot of that was the provider relief funds, state grant related to nursing, which is appropriate because it's offsetting those higher costs that we incurred because of COVID.
But it's not like 2%, 3%.
No. It would be roughly 4 or better percent, I think, at least. I think off the top of my head.
About 3 slides back, did you compare the ending of last year's budget compared to this one? Was that not one slide?
It was last year's operating margin compared to this year, so they were fairly close.
Okay.
Just got there in very different ways. Because much greater revenue this year than last year, but also a lot more expense.
Right. No, that's what I was.
Question.
Thank you, Doug. Any other questions for Doug? So can we move to the next item then? Item B.
I think we need to vote to approve the financials.
We need to approve it.
Oh, yeah, we actually, yeah, I jumped ahead. Okay, we need a motion to approve financials as presented with Doug.
Make a motion to approve financials as presented.
Second.
Roll call.
All in favor, roll call.
Aye.
Director
Aye.
Soros, Director
Aye.
Kendi, Director Reddy,
Aye.
Director Liberty.
Aye.
Thank you.
So move, thank you. And we move on to the item 11B, Center of Director Pandia MD. Before we go into the procedure, I would like to make a few comments and outline of the procedure. So as everybody is aware, Director Pandia has requested reconsideration of his public censure that was initially in 2021, July 27, stemming from allegations and comments made on July 20, 2021. The procedure will be complying with all the new procedures that were passed since then, board bylaws initiating, and the procedure will be as here read. Initially, we have to read the statement of the charges by one of the board members, and Dr. Pandia will present his witnesses and his response, and also board's witness can be presented. And then public may speak in favor or in opposition following this procedure. I would like to limit the public comments as per the guidelines, as was mentioned earlier, 3 minutes and a total of 10 for a total of 30 minutes in the interest of respect to everybody's time. And afterwards, remaining board members may speak or ask questions, and then we'll have deliberations in open session. And a few important points I would like to make. Most important point, since this is an open session, any confidential information cannot be revealed or presented as in this session. Confidentiality must be protected, peer review must be protected. Any confidential settlements cannot be brought into the public. These are all violations of every procedure in the bylaws. And the topic should be only relevant to the charges. Any topic that is not relevant to charges will not be entertained. These are also the guidelines, and we'll proceed initially with charges. Dr. Liberty Lameli will be reading the charge.
May I have a background situator, please?
I'm sorry?
If you guys.
Oh, I'm gonna apologize.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize, guys.
So is this for him? I think.
Mr. Whalen is
You want me to?
if you would hold on one moment, Liberty, Mr. Whalen is moving next to his client. And as the board counsel, I also want to put on
the record to reiterate the confidential attorney-client privilege, confidential personnel complaints, confidential quality assurance issues will not and should not be addressed here. On the record, there is a June 27th court order and a July 26th, 2022 court order, and we will proceed per the board procedures for hearing to censure a board member. The recorder is transcribing everything today, so I would ask that if you could speak slowly and make sure that we do not interrupt each other. Thank you so much. Yes, and please identify yourself so that the transcriber can transcribe your comments. So I'm Jennifer Hansen. I'm counsel for the board.
I'm Walt Whelan, counsel for Dr. Pandya.
I'm Dr. Pandya.
Jennifer, are we going to be able to speak past the masks or not?
No.
No. May I have as a point of order, you're going to read the opening statement?
Liberty Lomelli is going to be reading it. He's on Zoom.
All right, and is it my understanding that I will read the answer, the redacted answer at that point?
It's your choice whether you want to read the redacted answer at that point or wait before you present your witness.
I think it would be appropriate right then.
That's fine.
And then can we just acknowledge for the board members that those are pleadings, that's not the evidence presented. The evidence is going to be the witness statements or exhibits.
Right.
So that's basically the position of the hospital and then of my client, what gets read first by Ms. Hansen and then what gets read by me afterwards, okay? And then the evidence is what you consider to make your decision, okay? Are we in agreement on that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and Mr. Lomelli will read the statement of charges.
Okay, thank you guys. Liberty Lomelli, I'm a board member as well. I apologize initially because I am ill and I apologize I'm not at the meeting itself. But we'll start out with the background statement. Do you want me to read the whole thing completely or just?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna read it. Yeah, okay. So protected by evidence code, the confidential one, right? So protected by evidence code section 1157, 1157.7, government code section 54956.9.
Mr. Lomelli, can you slow down a little bit?
I'm sorry?
Reading those really fast.
It's gonna, you're gonna have a,
oh, I'm sorry.
Exactly what he's gonna read. Okay.
Yeah, you can just read, type from this.
We'll have to slow down.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll slow down. Statement of charges in support of decision to censure by board relating to Dr. Gaurav Pandya. Background statement. Vice Chairman Director Gaurav Pandya, MD, Director Pandya has served on the Sierra View Medical Board, Center Board of Directors since 2012 and served as Vice Chair from December 2020 through December 2021. In accordance with the Code of Ethics and Conduct for elected and appointed officials, the professional and personal conduct of board members while exercising their office shall be above reproach and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. Members shall refrain from abusive conduct, bullying, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of the board, of the council, boards, committees, management teams, staff, or public. Sierra View Medical Center is committed to maintaining an environment which respects the dignity of all individuals, recognizing the stewardship of the public interest shall be their primary concern. Board members will work for the common good of the community and not for any private or personal interest. They will assure fair and equal treatment for all persons, claims, and transactions coming before them. Pursuant to the anti-discrimination, harassment, and non-retaliation policy, Sierra View Medical Center is committed to providing a work environment free from all unlawful discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. In accordance with Sierra View Medical Center policy on personal conduct, all staff are expected to conduct themselves at all times while on hospital premises in a courteous, professional, respectful, collegial, and cooperative manner. Disruptive, discriminatory, or harassing behavior is not tolerated. CalGov Code 12923 prohibits harassing conduct that sufficiently offends, humiliates, distresses, or intrudes upon its victims, so as to disrupt the victim's emotional tranquility in the workplace, affect the victim's ability to perform the job as usual, or otherwise interfere with and undermine the victim's personal sense of well-being. Point A, July 20, 2021 incident. On July 20, 2021, Chief Executive Officer Donna Hefner, RN, DSN, MSHS, was subject to unwelcomed and offensive statements made by Director Pandia in direct violation of the Code of Conduct, Policy, or Personal Conduct, Anti-Discrimination, Harassment, and Non-Retaliation Policy, Code of Ethics and Conduct for Elected Appointed Officials, Policy and Procedure, and CalGov Code 12923. During a pre-board agenda planning meeting at Sierra View Medical Center at 465 West Putnam Avenue, Portable, California on July 20, 2021, at approximately 1650, Attorney Robert Crace and CEO Ms. Hebner were discussing a confidential peer review matter on a proposed agenda item. Chairman Dr. Sorrells left the meeting at approximately 1655 at the conclusion of the meeting. Director Pandia engaged Mr. Crace and Ms. Hebner in a discussion regarding Director Pandia's conflict of interest relating to the confidential peer review matter. Director Pandia alleged that he does not have a conflict of interest as to that confidential peer review matter and requested to be present at the board meeting for all discussions relating to that confidential peer review matter. During the conversation, Vice Chairman Director Pandia stated, "Donna stabbed my daughter," and "Donna, Dr. Jindal, Dr. Bell gang raped my daughter." These comments made Ms. Hebner extremely uncomfortable and shocked. The meeting concluded shortly after such comments, and Vice Chairman Director Pandia left the room. The comments directed towards Ms. Hebner were made in the Vice Chairman Director Pandia's official capacity as Vice Chairman and Director of the Board of Directors. Ms. Hebner considered the comments to be retaliating against her in her duties as CEO and considered them slanderous, hostile, and derogatory. Point B, July 27, 2021, censure. On July 22, 2021, Ms. Hebner submitted a confidential personal complaint to Director Sorrells in his capacity as chairman of the board regarding the July 2021 incident. At a regular meeting of the board of directors on July 20, 2021, the board first heard from Ms. Hebner and Mr. Robert Crace the background allegations relating to the alleged incident without getting into any discussion regarding any proposed action during closed session. Item H. Chairman Sorrells moved to approve the discussion of the confidential personal complaint in open session. This motion was seconded by Director Reddy and carried to approve discussion. Director Pandia was provided an opportunity to hear his remarks and did address the situation in open session on July 27, 2021. After a lengthy discussion, the board, with the exception of Director Pandia, unanimously voted to censure Director Pandia for his use of inappropriate language and conduct and required Director Pandia to refrain from being in the presence of Ms. Hampton without the presence of a member of the senior leadership or the board of directors. Point C, reconsideration. On August 24, 2021, the next board meeting after July 27, 2021 censure vote, 3 new board policies were introduced: the Code of Ethics, the Conduct for Elected and Appointed Official Policy and Procedure, and the Unauthorized Disclosure of Privileged Information Policy and Procedure, and the board procedures for hearing to censure a board member. The board unanimously voted to table approval of these 3 policies until the next board meeting. At the next meeting on September 28, 2021, the board unanimously voted to approve all 3 policies. Following approval of the policies and procedures, the board voted to reconsider Director Pandia's censure following the new Code of Ethics and Conduct for Elected Appointed Official Policy and Procedure and the new Board of Procedures for hearing to censure a board member. On October 5, 2021, Director Sorrells, sending a letter to Director Pandia, outlined the basic charges that were being brought against him in the censure. On October 18, 2021, Director Pandia's legal counsel requested a more detailed list of the charges. On November 23, 2021, it was determined that Director Pandia was not available for the December 21, 2021 board meeting, and the reconsideration was tabled until January 2022. Unfortunately, in January 2022, Robert Crace, a witness to the July 2020 incident and July 27, 2021 board meeting, was hospitalized and underwent a very serious surgical procedure. Director Pandia and his counsel agreed to extend time for the board to provide the statement of charges and to continue the reconsideration proceedings to February 22, 2022, to the February 22, 2022 meeting. On February 22, 2022, the board agreed to continue the reconsideration proceeding again until March 22, 2022 to allow time for the board to give Dr. Pandia further notice and an opportunity to cure and provide a statement of charges in accordance with the new policy. On March 4, 2022, Director Pandia was provided final notice and opportunity to correct the alleged violation if they could be reasonably corrected and given a deadline to respond of March 11, 2022. Director Pandya, through his counsel, responded on March 11, 2022 by affirmatively stating that he had decided not to offer any cure for his conduct that happened on July 20, 2021, and stating that he feels strongly he does not owe any apology to anyone. On the contrary, he believes that if anything, the hospital and his fellow board members owe him an apology for unjustified public censure that has gravely impacted him personally and professionally. Director Pandya, through counsel, requested a statement of complaint to be forwarded. Grounds for censure. Pursuant to the policy entitled Board Procedure for Hearing to a Censure of a Board Member, grounds for censure, it shall be a violation of this section for any sitting board member to violate any general law or regulation and any rule, law, ordinance, or resolution of the district. It shall also be a violation of this section for any sitting board member to A, violate an administrative policy of the board which has been adopted following a vote of the board on the matter, or act to impede the carrying out of any lawful administrative action of the hospital CEO and undertaken to carry out any approved policy or rule of the board. Statement of charges supporting decision by board. The charges supporting the decision by the board to censure Director Pandya are as follows. Director Pandya acted in an unprofessional and offensive manner towards CEO Ms. Hefner on July 2021 as described above. He failed to maintain a positive work environment and used intimidating and insulting language toward Ms. Hefner that was disrespectful to her position and person. He failed to treat her as a professional, attempted to disrupt her from her duties, and attempted to insert himself into the administrative functions of the CEO. His inability to work cooperatively with Ms. Hefner to resolve his concerns and adversely affect hospital operations and was disruptive to the work environment. His words and conduct violated the code of conduct, personal conduct, and code of ethics and conduct for elected and appointed officials policy at the FCRV Medical Center. Point 2, Director Pandya's word and conduct created a hostile work environment and constitute harassment of CEO Ms. Hefner. His words and conduct violated the anti-discrimination, harassment, and non-retaliation policy. Additionally, his words and conduct violated Cal Gov Code 12923, which prohibits harassing conduct that sufficiently offends, humiliates, distresses, or intrudes upon its victim, so as to disrupt the victim's emotional tranquility in the workplace, affect the victim's ability to perform the job as usual, or otherwise interfere with it and undermine the victim's personal sense of well-being. Cal Gov Code 12923 states that a single incident may constitute harassment if sufficiently egregious. Point 3, Director Pandya acted in his capacity as a board member to attempt to influence CEO Ms. Hefner despite his actual conflict of interest relating to the peer review matter discussed on July 20, 2021 pre-board meeting. His words and conduct attempting to impact the fairness and procedures of the peer review process created an undue risk of appearance of impropriety in violation of the code of conduct, conflict of interest policy, conflict of interest code policy, personal conduct policy, and code of ethics and conduct for elected appointed official policy at Fairview Medical Center. Based upon the above, the July 27-21 decision of the board to censure Director Pandya is supported and shall be upheld upon consideration. The opportunity to cure has now passed. Pursuant to the existing censure policy, Director Pandya has 7 days to provide a response in writing if he so chooses by no later than March 18, 2022. Director Pandya may call witnesses at the meeting during the agenda item for the consideration of this charge of censure. Please provide notice of what witness, if any, Director Pandya plans to call by no later than 7 days from today, by March 18, 2022. At the next meeting on September 28, 2021, the board unanimously voted. Oh, I'm sorry. I think did I read out a line?
Yeah.
That's the end. Thank you.
At the end, right? Yeah, okay, I went back again. I apologize.
Ms. Hanson?
Sorry about that.
At this point, I believe Mr. Whalen wants to read his client's.
Yeah, I'm going to propose that I streamline it if that's okay with you, because I don't want to repeat some of the stuff.
Yes, I have no problem. I have no objection to streamlining the statement as long as you maintain the confidentiality and do not go outside of that.
Yeah. I would state that I want copies of these to be supplied to each member of the board. And even though I'm not reading it, these are allegations of pleadings, basically, just as what was read were pleadings, okay, just so everybody knows.
And for the record, the statement of charges is Exhibit 1 in the binders, and Dr. Pandya's response is Exhibit 24 in the binders.
Right. Thank you, thank you.
And every board member should have a binder.
Yeah, and That might be a good way to do it. Have you folks turn to page 2 of Exhibit 24 in your binder. So go to Exhibit 24 if you can. Okay. Page 2 at the bottom. Before I read, there are redactions here that have been agreed to by both attorneys, okay, to avoid the confidentiality issue, okay? So I'll just read this. By the time of the pre-board meeting that took place on July 20, 2021, a decision had been made to put on the agenda for the upcoming July 27, 2021 board meeting, the issue of whether to appeal the JRC's decision, redaction. At that meeting, Chairman Sorrells, Vice Chairman Pandya, Attorney Robert Crace, and CEO Donna Hefner were in attendance. Various issues were discussed concerning upcoming agenda items. Then Chairman Sorrells excused himself from the meeting. The conversation then turned to the agenda item concerning whether an appeal should be taken from the JRC's decision. Redaction. Director Pandya will testify at the hearing on March 22, 2022, actually today, differently from the factually inaccurate summary that is set forth in the statement of charges concerning the key accusation. Director Pandya will testify that his comment to Attorney Crace and CEO Hefner at the meeting was, quote, why did you do this? This was like a gang rape. It was a question comment that was made in the context of an attorney-client discussion between a member of the board, the CEO, and the hospital's attorney. These comments from Director Pandya were admittedly the comments of a frustrated parent, but also of a conscientious board member who wanted answers for the series of bad decisions that had negatively impacted a member of the hospital medical staff and which had exposed the hospital to substantial liability. Director Pandya, as a publicly elected official, had every reason to ask such questions of the CEO in the context of a private attorney-client discussion out of the presence of any other persons. Let me also comment because Ms. Hanson, you had referenced the court's order, and I wanted to emphasize to the members of the board that there have been 4 significant things ordered by the court for this hearing. One is that it's a public hearing, okay? The other one is that it's a trial de novo, and that means that there's no carryover from what happened on July 27, 2021 on findings, on evidence. Well, you're here to start anew, basically. That's what de novo means.
Well, wait, I need to clarify that because that's not exactly what the court's order was. The court's order on that second issue was that okay, just to clarify it, I'm going to read it into the record. The hearing be conducted as a trial de novo without consideration to previous findings from July 27th, 2021, and respondent shall have the burden of proof. And that doesn't say that we cannot consider the evidence.
Okay.
From
we have a difference of opinion. I want to state for the record that a trial de novo, as ordered by the court, and we're under 2 court orders here. The court order was that it's a trial de novo. That trial de novo means you start anew, new evidence, new findings. And if you're taking the position, you can reach back to the evidence that was supplied previously. I disagree and I object, okay? So the other part of the court order was that we had to go into court this morning. There was an effort to prevent us from asking questions of CEO Donna Hefner, and the court has ordered that I may be permitted to ask her questions. All right, go ahead.
Okay, and there's also, I disagree with you with respect to the previous evidence. The court's order talks about findings, not evidence. So we do believe that we can use the evidence previously in place. And are you finished reading your statement, or?
Yeah, I'm done with my statement. I do want to respond to the record so it's crystal clear. A trial de novo is, under any definition of that term, a restart. It's a representation of evidence, a representation of findings. And if you're taking an opposite position, that's inconsistent with the law, and we will challenge it in court. Go ahead.
Okay, so the board.
Jennifer, I have a question.
Yes.
Jennifer, sorry to interrupt. I have a question here. What are we talking about trial? This is not a trial. We are in a board meeting. It's not a court. Okay, so we need to get the higher stuff a little bit clarified. It's not a trial. I'm a board chairman. I'm conducting a board meeting right now. It's up to the board members as it too.
I don't disagree with the director. I am simply pointing out what the court has ordered. We're under 2 court orders. One is that this is to be conducted like as a trial de novo. That's the language of the order. So let's go ahead.
Okay, the board.
With all due respect, this is the board meeting. I'm the chairman. I will be conducting the business, and this is how it's going to be. And court order can stay where it is, but the common sense and evidence will prevail. So go ahead and please finish your report without any further.
Chairman Reddy, I understand Mr. Whalen has said he is finished reading. And he's not going to be reading anymore. So the board would like to present Dr. Pandya as its first witness.
Go ahead, Dr. Pandya.
Someone going to swear the witnesses?
We can have the reporter swear the witness. That's fine. She said I wouldn't have to. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Good evening, Dr. Pandya. I'm Jennifer Hansen representing the board tonight. You have read and fully understand Sierra View Medical Center's code of conduct. Is that true?
Well, I have reviewed that. And I don't know if I understand all the legal issues with that, but yeah, I have reviewed them.
Okay, and you are aware that you have an obligation as a Sierra View Medical Center board member to abide by the code of conduct and standards of performance, as well as comply with all SVMC policies and procedures, applicable laws and regulations. Is that true?
Yeah, that would be reasonably true.
And you signed off that you read and acknowledged the copy of the code of conduct. Isn't that true?
Yeah, you have a copy in front of you.
And you acknowledge that you received the conflicts of interest policies. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
And you
true.
acknowledge that you read and received the non-retaliation compliance issue reporting policy. Isn't that true?
Right.
And you acknowledge that you read and understood the code of conduct and policies. Isn't that true?
Well, as much as I can understand.
Okay, and isn't that true, Dr. Pandya, that you have also read and understood and would comply with the Sierra View Board of Directors Code of Ethics and Conduct for elected and appointed officials? Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just interrupt for a second? I'm concerned that the 2 other members of the board who aren't here are looking at the back of my client's head in the back. He's a witness, so it's always important to see the face. So I don't know how we can, should we put him on the other side of the table or what?
We'll move the screen.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
More.
I'm looking at a screen of just a censure of Director Pandya.
Okay, hold on. So you, okay.
Okay, so
They're seeing that view right there.
all right, so let's just confirm that. Director Liberty, Director Reddy, are you seeing my client's face from this vantage point now?
No, we're not able to see. There are technical issues. I guess turn it a little bit to the left. I can see Liberty.
I can see half of the space.
So, what, we turn this here or what?
Now can you see them, Freddie?
No, I think because we switched to audio, I believe they're having problems with video. I don't think that's
There you go. A little bit left, a little bit more. Perfect, right there. That's good.
Okay. All right. Doesn't matter if you don't see me, but it's important to see the witnesses, and I suppose that's possible now. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
I agree.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I can see now, everybody.
Okay, Dr. Pandya,
Go ahead.
you understand per the code of ethics that board members shall refrain from abusive bullying conduct, personal charges, or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of the board or management team. You understand that, correct?
Sure.
And you also understand that the CRB is committed to maintaining an environment which respects the dignity of all individuals. Isn't that true?
Sure.
And in order to ensure your independence and impartiality on behalf of the common good in compliance with conflict of interest laws, you shall use your best efforts to refrain from creating an appearance of impropriety in your actions and decisions. Isn't that true?
Sure.
And you agree that you got into a dispute about whether you were conflicted out of that discussion on July 20th, 2021. Isn't that true?
I disagree.
Okay. Isn't that true that you did not think you had a conflict with respect to the discussion relating to your daughter?
I disagree with that. There was a discussion about whatever the medical staff bylaws says about that. There was a discussion with the board attorney, and board attorney said that there is a conflict. And I said, yeah, maybe true. But the thing is that there are other board members, 3 board members, including Dr. Bell, Dr. Sagaredi, and myself would have a conflict.
Okay.
And he disagreed with me. He said, Dr. Sagaredi has a conflict. I know because in the MEC, he was the one who took some actions in this particular matter.
You acknowledge that.
I'm sorry, he's not done with his answer. Can you finish?
So that was the discussion. Actually, I did not raise the issue. I did not know what the issue was at that meeting. I was actually very sick. I was undergoing chemotherapy for cancer. And every 2 weeks I had chemotherapy, but I tried to do my job and I showed up. Mr. Kress brought the issue up and he said that, oh, you have conflict of interest because your daughter is your partner. And I said, no, at this time, she's not partner. So we are basically exchanging information about that.
Okay,
and, yeah.
you acknowledge that Mr. Kress said you had a conflict, correct?
Well, we were discussing that, yes.
And you did not think you had a conflict, isn't
no,
that true?
What I said was that if I had conflict, then other members also have conflict. And then according to the medical staff bylaws and the section 7.5, I believe, that the constitution of the appeals board is made out of either the entire board or it is made out of three board members. And he said that Dr. Sagaredi has a conflict. And I said, yes. And I said, you have conflict of interest because you are the parent and partner. And I said, yeah, that may be so. But I said that Dr. Bell also has a conflict. And he said, no, Dr. Bell doesn't have conflict. He said that 3 times he said that Dr. Bell doesn't have conflict. So I had to explain to him that Dr. Bell was involved into taking action in this particular matter on the Joint Conference Committee meeting on May 21 and 22, where a decision was made. The Medical Executive Committee had already decided to stop and reverse whatever action they had taken. And then the members of the Executive Committee, Dr. Sandhu and Dr. Hakimi, were summoned summarily that you guys made a mistake. You have to do this and continue with the suspension so that it can be
information that's been.
Yes, we need to cut that off. I'm trying to give you the courtesy of speaking, but the question was, did you say whether you had a conflict? And I'm understanding that you denied that you had a conflict. Isn't that true?
That is not true. We were discussing that. So if you have patience to hear the whole thing, then I can tell you the whole thing.
No.
If you don't want to hear, then it's okay. You can tell me to shut up.
Okay.
No.
Well,
So
I would like to ask
If I may
you.
interject, Jennifer, if I may interject, Dr. Tanya, I clearly said outline, you're deviating from the outline. Please do not discuss any subject that do not relate to your behavior. Please explain your behavior and what happened.
The question is, did Mr. Crace remind you that you had a conflict on that day?
I agreed, and we discussed that in great detail.
And isn't it true that you denied that you had a conflict on that day?
No, I said that maybe, but we have to discuss this issue.
Okay, isn't it true that Robert Crace says, to remind you, Dr. Pandya, I had asked you, you denied that you had a conflict to sit on your own daughter's appeal. And I said, doesn't it give the appearance of impropriety? And you, at that point, you did not answer the question. And then you started talking and then you went off. And that was the question for you. Did you have a conflict? And it was in response to that you went off on your diatribe and then eventually.
Okay.
That's what Mr. Crace said.
Excuse me, one second. Was there a question on that?
Isn't that true? That's what Mr. Crace said on July 27th, 2020.
I don't remember that.
One. You don't remember that. Okay. Isn't it true that Attorney Robert Crace said it's not the question of the opinion of what you're trying to state, but it was the manner in which you stated it. You were angry and you used words that were inappropriate and words that were derogatory. And you specifically mentioned Ms. Hefner by name, and it wasn't generalized. It was specifically named her along with two other people. And then you were angry at the time, and you chose words that were intended to be hurtful in a way that was not professional, in a way that was not to do with the legal matter before or any other kind of conveying information. They were words that were intended to import a personal hatred.
I'll object.
Isn't that true? That's what Robert Crace stated.
Time out. I'll object. The form of the question is basically you reading other hearsay testimony into the record, which I object to. Answer it if you can. It's a long question.
You know that that's not what happened, and I would like to question Mr. Crace, and I would say that I was not angry. Our conversation was professional and calm, and we were discussing the legal issue of the constitution of the appeals board, and I was not trying to insert myself into it. We ended up with agreeing that if there is an issue about Dr. Bell having a conflict of interest or not, then if that is the case, then I will have my counselor talk to him. So that was the end point of all that.
Isn't it true, Dr. Pandya, that you used the words gang rape?
Well, so that also requires explanation. Actually, what happened was when all this was getting done, at that time, we were discussing a different issue and the characterization of the whole process that had happened. And I said that, well, it was all like illegal bylaws were not followed, and it was like illegal. So he started inserting the questions and information in my mouth that illegal, what you mean, like a murder or illegal like that? I said, well, the whole process was like a metaphor. It was like a gang rape. That was just a small thing that I said to him and explained to him. I had, there was no conversation about Ms. Hefner. There was no conversation with her. She was not engaged into the conversation about all this. She was sitting about 8-10 feet away from me, and I'm talking with my board attorney that I'm thinking I'm discussing the legal issue with the board attorney. And so that's what happened. And then we ended up deciding that if there is an issue, and he disagreed with me that Dr. Bell had a conflict. He said Dr. Bell did not have conflict in being on the 3-member appeals board. He said,
well, I'm going to move to strike any testimony relating to any other board member. That's not what we're here to talk about today.
Excuse me 1 second. For the record, I'm going to object that you've cut my witness off again, and I would prefer that not happen. It's not proper. I pledge not to do that with your witness. Okay, go ahead.
so it's not about other board members. It is not about him. It is about a discussion with the board attorney about the constitution of the appeals board. And actually that day I was very happy because JRC said that whatever actions they were taken.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off because I think you're straying again, and I'm concerned of breaching of confidentiality of JRC proceedings.
I don't think the ruling is confidential, but yeah. It's a matter of public record.
Dr. Pandya, so you actually, you acknowledge that you did use the word gang rape in that conversation, correct?
Well, that is true, right? Yes. But not in the reference. And as I know, finally I got to see the complaint, and it was not like what is written in the complaint.
Okay, thank you. And you did acknowledge that you had the notice and opportunity to cure dated March 4th, correct? 2022.
Correct.
Yes. And your response was that you decided not to offer any cure for your conduct that happened on July 20th, 21, and you felt strongly that you do not owe an apology to anybody. On the contrary, you believe, if anything, the hospital and your fellow board members owe you an apology for an unjustified public censure that gravely impacted you personally and professionally. Isn't that true?
That is correct. I have a longer answer for that.
Okay, and your counsel may question you on that after this. Thank you. And you also acknowledge you received the statement of charges dated March 11th, 2022, correct?
Sure.
Thank you. And I would like to move into evidence. Exhibits 2 through 29 at this time.
Well, you don't have a foundation for that. You haven't really covered it with anyone. So that would be my objection.
Okay, I can go through every single exhibit.
I'm
not suggesting that you lay a foundation. You're not a witness, but if you have a witness to do it, then that would probably be more.
Well, my witness will be Dr. Pandya. I'll just start with exhibit 2. Dr. Pandya, if you could open your binder to exhibit 2, please.
Let's short circuit. This is already going to be long. Withdraw my objection to 2 through 9. 12 and 13. 16, 17, 24, 25, 28. Those are emails between counsel, and I don't think that's relevant, among other things.
Okay, well, we need to turn to exhibit 10. I understand you have not objected to exhibits 2 through 9, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's turn to exhibit 10. Dr. Pandya, do you recognize this document? Exhibit 10.
These are the minutes of regular meeting of the board of directors on July 27, 2021.
No. Exhibit 10 is the reporter's transcript from an excerpt of the board of directors meeting dated July 27th, 2021. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay, and is this the transcript from the excerpts that occurred on July 27th, 2021?
I recognize it.
Yes, I would like to admit exhibit 10 into evidence. Dr. Pandya, do you recognize, moving to exhibit 11, do you recognize that document? It's a letter dated July 27, 2021 from Ken Sorrells to you.
Right, that was given to me at the end of the meeting.
Okay, I'd like to admit exhibit 11 into evidence. I understand your counsel has no objection to 12 and 13. Dr. Pandya, if you could turn to exhibit 14, do you recognize that document?
Yes, that was delivered to me on October 15th.
Okay, it's dated October 5th, 2021, letter from Kent Sorrells to you.
Right, but it was hand delivered on October 15th.
Okay, I'd like to admit exhibit 14 into evidence. Exhibit 15 is a letter from your counsel to Mr. Craze. Recognize that document.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to admit 15 into evidence. To exhibit 18. These are emails just explaining the reasons for postponing the hearing. You recognize those documents?
No.
Okay.
Some of them, I think I was copied, but not all.
Some, but not all. Okay. Recognize exhibit 19, alleged claim by you against Sierra View Hospital, dated January 27th, 2022.
Yes.
I'd like to admit exhibit 19 into evidence. Do you recognize the claim dated February 23rd, 2022, exhibit 20 by you against Sierra View Hospital?
It seems that it was filed by my attorney.
I'd like to admit exhibit 20 into evidence. You just testified that you received a notice and opportunity to cure dated March 4th, 2022. Is exhibit 21 a copy of that notice?
Yes.
I'd like to admit exhibit 21 into evidence. You just admitted that you did not offer any cure for your conduct. Is that a copy of your attorney's notice from Friday, March 11th, 2022?
Talking about exhibit 22?
Yes, exhibit 22. I'd like to admit 22 into evidence. Moving on to exhibit 23. March 11th, statement of charges. Notice. Yes. You just acknowledged that you received a copy of that. I'd like to admit that into evidence. I'm moving on to 24, 25 are not objected to. And 26, I understand that you were not able to come to the March 22nd, 2022 meeting.
That's correct.
That was due to
my illness.
Your illness, correct? And this exhibit documents those discussions, correct?
Exhibit 26?
Yes, I'd like to admit that into evidence.
No, I'm sorry, you didn't form a foundation. He has a nice.
Okay.
He hasn't verified that he knows what this document is.
Okay, on March 21st, 2022, did you email Dr. Segaretti stating that you were not able to attend the board meeting?
What was the date again?
On March 21st, 2022 at 7:18 PM, right before, the day before the board meeting.
I'm not sure about the date, but I probably communicated that, yes.
Okay, and that was the last page of Exhibit 26.
Oh, I see.
And were you aware that the board made extreme accommodations for you to attend on March 22nd, 2022?
Okay, before you read from the document that you don't have a foundation for, we will stipulate the last page should come in because that's Dr. Pandya's email, but the rest, I don't think you have a foundation for, and we'll object.
Okay, so the last page of Exhibit 26 will come into evidence. And then did you see a copy of the photos of the accommodation that the board made for you to attend on March 22nd, 2020?
I don't recollect.
No? Okay.
So, to clarify, at that day, I was not able to walk and my legs had the weakness. And so I know you kept on saying, yeah, we made all the arrangements. So why don't you come here? So I could not drag myself here. First of all, I had to have COVID test. I had surgery next day for major spinal surgery. And so I could not make it. So if you want to hold that against me, that, how dare you fall sick, then
No,
you can.
no,
you can do that.
Dr. Pandy,
So
I'm not
what is the
suggesting
point?
that.
What is the point in showing that?
Okay, that's okay, relax, yeah.
Dr. Pandy, I'm not suggesting that in any way. I'm just saying that the board did offer to accommodate you. They did offer to let you join via Zoom. Isn't that true?
No.
It is true. I don't know if your counsel communicated that with you, but that's also in the emails.
I'll move to strike the comment of counsel who's not a witness.
Well, I'll move on. I understand Exhibit 28 is not objected to. Exhibit 29 is, if you can turn to that document, that's the certificate of completion of harassment prevention on January 31st, 2019. Do you recognize that document?
Yeah.
And that should be admitted into evidence. I am now going to move on to call the board's next witness, Donna Hefner.
Let the record reflect that I will ask questions of Dr. Pandya in my case. I'm not gonna do redirect, which would normally happen in a trial. So I got to wait till the next phase and then ask them questions. Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Donna Hefner. For the record, it's spelled H-E-F-N-E-R. I'd like to start with background. I've been an employee of CRV Local Healthcare District for 32 years. I started here in July of 1990. I started as a unit clerk and a nursing assistant on the oncology unit. As I became an RN, I became an RN on the med-surg unit. I worked in the recovery room. I worked in the operating room as a circulator. I had the opportunity to move into leadership, and I became the director of surgical services. I've been the interim vice president of patient care services. I've served as the director of risk management, the executive director on the senior team, and I've been the CEO for the last 9.5 years. As a CEO, I serve at the pleasure of the board. I accepted my responsibilities in January of 2013. At the time, I had 2 personal statements up for myself. Number 1, I didn't want this position to ever change me. I wanted to remain humble, compassionate, and hardworking to serve others. Number 2, I didn't want to lose my good name. I wanted my actions to be honorable, thoughtful, and considerate of others. As the CEO, I am responsible for the following. I employ, select, and control and discharge all employees of the district. I have the ultimate responsibility and accountability for maintaining compliance with all applicable laws, regulations, and taking prompt action on recommendations from planning, accrediting, and regulatory agencies. I maintain the district's records as well as minutes. I serve as the liaison officer and channel communication between the board, the medical staff, and employees of the district. I supervise all business affairs such as financial transactions, collections, accounts, purchase of supplies, ensure funds are adequate and expended to the possible advantage of the district. I have to ensure that the physical properties are in good condition and working order. I have to ensure that we have adequate insurance coverage for those properties as well as activities of the district. As a CEO, I may summarily suspend any portion of clinical privileges of any practitioner whenever a suspension is necessary in the best interest of patient care in accordance with the governing board and medical staff bylaws. And this is not an all-inclusive list, but last, I am also the prosecuting authority for the district under the California False Claims Act to investigate, file, and conduct civil legal processing on behalf of the district. My personal statement is about an incident that occurred on July 20th, 2021. At 4 p.m., I held an agenda planning meeting with the board chair at the time, Director Kent Sorrells, and the vice chairman, director at the time, Garam Pandya, and the board's legal counsel, the late Robert Price. Some details regarding this incident related to items are protected from disclosure under the Evidence Code and Government Code Brown Act and the attorney-client privilege. I will do my best to describe what occurred while maintaining those important privileges that the district enjoys. At this time, at this meeting, we discussed an outline of items that were going to be placed on the agenda for the upcoming board of director meeting. At approximately 16:55, Robert Price and I were engaged in a discussion whereby Vice Chairman Director Pandya began expressing his personal opinion about him not having a conflict of interest and being allowed to be present for all discussions during the upcoming closed session item. Vice Chairman Director Pandya disagreed with the advice of legal counsel regarding his personal conflict of interest. This advice personally affected Vice Chairman Director Pandya, and he was very upset with the advice of counsel. Although Vice Chairman Director Pandya was agreeable and followed this advice in the past, on this occasion, he disagreed, and he disagreed strongly. After Chairman Sorrells left the room, Vice Chairman Director Pandya began to raise his voice in anger and personally attacked me by stating, "Donna stabbed my daughter." Vice Chairman Director Pandya continued his personal attack and verbally assaults by stating in a loud voice, and I quote his statement, "Donna, Dr. Jindal, and Dr. Bell gang raped my daughter." There was no response from me nor Robert Price. The Vice Chairman's comments made me feel extremely uncomfortable, shocked, and paralyzed. The meeting concluded shortly after the comments and we all left the room. The next morning, on July 21st, I notified the board chairman at the time, Director Sorrells, of the incident by phone. On July 22nd, 2021, I filed a written confidential complaint to the board chairman regarding the statement made and to and about me by Vice Chairman Director Garam Pandya. The board of directors on July 26th took action to question Vice Chairman Director Pandya regarding his statements in open session. He acknowledged the facts and justified his personal attack by stating freedom of speech, entitled to my opinion. I asked myself, could Vice Chairman Director Pandya not know his actions or words were inappropriate? Vice Chairman Director Pandya was elected in November of 2012. He was re-elected in 2016 and again by his constituents in 2020. He took the oath of office and he affirmed to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He is the holder of public trust. He is supposed to govern with professional conduct, show integrity, and avoid any appearance of impropriety. He completed his harassment prevention for supervisors training on January 31st, 2019. This training included workplace behaviors that create and contribute to sexual harassment, provide supervisory employees with information to assist them in preventing employees from with information to assist them in effectively responding to sexual harassment or any other inappropriate conduct. Vice Chairman Director Pandya completed his public service ethics education and obtained his certificate in January 21st of 2017. Where training and education was provided about the laws regarding disqualification for participating in decisions affecting family members and conflict of interest laws. Vice Chairman Director Pandya has served on the board where he voted to approve policies and procedures such as the anti-discrimination, harassment, non-retaliation, personal conduct, which prohibits workplace bullying, offensive, abusive, intimidating, malicious, insulting behavior, or abuse of power conducted by an individual or group against others. It also goes on to say unacceptable behavior is the incident of verbal abuse, such as derogatory remarks that a reasonable person would find threatening, intimidating, or humiliating, or undermining of a person's work performance. He read and attested with his signature that he understood the Code of Conduct on August 22nd, 2017. In the Code of Conduct, on page 2, I'll draw your attention under section policy. It reads, it is the responsibility of every SVMC staff member, contingent workforce member, medical staff member, and board member to act in a manner that is consistent with the SVMC policies and procedures, values, and this Code of Conduct. Additionally, in the Code of Conduct on page 9, the Code of Conduct in the section work environment states, Sierra View SVMC does not tolerate sexual advances, actions, comments, or any other conduct in the workplace that creates an intimidating or otherwise offensive environment. Last, Vice Chairman Director Pandya.
May of 2019.
Attested to the Code of Ethics for Public Officials through his signature on October 26, 2021. He additionally joined his fellow directors in the vote to approve the new policies and procedures and be held accountable to those policies and procedures in the same board meeting. As the CEO and officer of the district, what I permit, then I accept. I had to find my courage to stand up and let the board know that I perceive Vice Chairman Director Pandya's remarks offensive, slanderous against me personally. I perceive he's retaliating against me for discharging my duties as the CEO under Health and Safety Code 1278.5 for patient safety. I found his remarks were threatening, hostile, and derogatory. He is an elected official of the district, a person who I directly report to under the governing board bylaws. I'm afraid of Vice Chairman Director Pandya for my safety. As a person who was subject to his abusive statements and verbal attacks, I cried often. 12 months later, he has never apologized for his inappropriate hate statements. I do not find him remorseful for his verbal assault. Is Vice Chairman Director Pandya's statement, I am sorry if she's uncomfortable, an apology? In my opinion, it was a statement made to describe an emotional response he caused from his verbal attack. It was not an apology of sincerity or remorse or accountability for his actions. So I stand before you here to offer my personal statement to the board of directors who represents my community, where I was born and raised and lived my entire life. I've chosen to speak up, even though this is very difficult for me personally, and I am truly offended by Vice Chairman Director Pandya's harassing, hostile, and derogatory statements to me. Vice Chairman Director Pandya is an elected official, holder of public trust. He's expected to conduct himself beyond reproach as a public official. And I ask the board of directors to uphold the policies and procedures, the governing board bylaws, the code of conduct of our district, the code of ethics for public elected officials, and hold Vice Chairman Director Pandya accountable for his statements, the personal attack against me. I ask for your consideration to render a decision to censor Director Pandya for his statements. And additionally, for my safety, I'd like to acknowledge and ensure a representative from senior team, the board, or hospital council or board of directors be present with me during any future meetings with Director Pandia. Thank you for your time.
Room 9, alert, ER, room 9, alert, ER, room 9.
Thank you, Ms. Hefner. The board reserves its right to rebut at this time.
Okay, sure. Thank you, CEO Hefner. You may be seated.
I understand. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Okay. So we're going to present our evidence at this time. And as long as you're already up, I think I'll just start with you and then I'll go to my client afterward. Okay. So I wanted to follow up with a few things. The statement that you made reference, I think the letter of complaint that you did, and you delivered that to Dr. Sorrell, is that correct?
It was a confidential letter that I did present to our director, our chairman at the time.
And the court order permits me to use it, so I'm going to use it at this proceeding, and I'll pass this out to the other.
And we're objecting as it's still confidential, and the board has already voted to keep that confidential.
All right, I'll read from the court order, and this is the Tulare County Superior Court on the topic. And isn't it a fact, Ms. Hanson, that you and I discussed whether this would be used, and you asked me whether I would use it, and I said it depended upon what you presented?
Yes.
Okay. And
yes,
so because of what you presented, I want to use what the court has authorized us to use. Is that okay with you?
No, I'm objecting to that.
All right. Take a moment to read from the order of the court.
Dr. Reddy, you're on mute and we cannot hear you. I believe the chairman of the board is able to.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. So Robert, can I interject here by a couple of comments? So I want to make something very clear to Mr. Whalen. That document, whatever you're talking about, cannot be confidential. It is a personal document. It takes board action to be read in public. So that should not be read in public. I hope that is clear for you, okay?
I'm sorry, but the court has ordered that we be permitted to use it.
It is not a court. I just said, this is a board meeting. I'm the chairman. We have bylaws, okay? That's my final word. That should not be read.
I'm bound.
Let the board take action, reveal it to public, and no further discussion on it, please. Please go ahead.
This is the court's order that was entered on June 27, 2022. The court, however, does not believe that precluding respondent, and that's Dr. Pandya, from considering, respondent actually is the board, I misspoke. So the court, however, does not believe that precluding the board from considering oral or documented evidence, not at the reconsideration hearing, including but not limited to the written statement of complaint submitted by CEO Donna Hefner to Sierra View on or about July 22, 2021 is appropriate. The written statement, along with the testimony of CEO Hefner, would be the central basis of the charging board members' initial presentation of the case, including as to witnesses. So we're not going to read this document into evidence just to be sensitive to your concern, but I do want to ask you to read it to yourself, and then I'll ask a question, okay? With that, in that manner, I don't think we will necessarily disclose it. We take issue with the position that we can't use it because the court has ordered that we be able to do it. But I'm going to try to be respectful and make sure that you understand that we're just here to try to get the truth out, okay? So with respect to what we'll mark as Exhibit 30, Ms. Hanson, do you
And
have
we're
a copy?
objecting, yeah, we're objecting to exhibit 30 being part of the record. And I would ask that you wait until I have a chance to voice any objections.
All right, fair enough.
Question. Yes, please.
So let me just do it this way. I think we can avoid this problem, okay? So exhibit 30 is your July 22, 2021 letter of complaint that you submitted to Chairman Sorrells, correct?
Well, exhibit 30 is not admitted into evidence.
We know that. That's why I'm trying to lay a foundation. So can you answer the question?
I'm not aware of exhibit 30.
Exhibit 30, you want me to give you a copy? Can we give her a copy? Okay, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the content, but just can you confirm that that's a letter that you wrote?
This is a confidential letter that I shared with the board chairman.
Okay, so you wrote it and you gave it to the board chairman, correct?
Yes.
And in the letter, you summarized what had happened at the July 20, 2021 discussion that you've already described, correct?
Restate the question.
In your letter, you reported to Chairman Sorrells your recollection of what had happened at the July 20 discussion, correct?
Vague and ambiguous, overbroad.
You're referencing a confidential letter of your specific question is related to a letter. If you want to ask me a question about the incident, I'd be happy to answer.
I want you to focus on the letter. Is there anything in the letter where you talk about what had happened between you and Dr. Pandya on July 20, indicating that when you had the discussion with Dr. Pandya, he was angry or that he spoke angry words?
I would object to that. Answering to that would render the document subject to the Public Records Act, as discussion in open session would be referencing a confidential document.
Right. Our position is the court has ordered that we may be permitted to use the document.
Dr. Reddy's already ruled on this issue, so I think we need to move on.
When was the first time that you said to anyone in writing that the discussion that you had with Attorney Crace and Dr. Pandya on July 20 was one where he raised his voice or spoke in anger? Did you ever say that in writing to anyone?
I cannot respond to that question.
Did you say it in writing at any time? That he spoke with angry words or that he raised his voice?
If you would like to ask me a question about what I witnessed, I'd be glad to offer that to you.
I'm asking the question I asked. Can you answer my question, please?
You're you're asking a question about a confidential letter that I wrote to the board chair.
In your confidential letter, you said nothing about him expressing words of anger. You said nothing about him raising his voice, correct?
Same objections, same objections. Dr. Reddy's already ruled on that.
With respect to your testimony concerning what was said during the discussion, for a period of, let me back up. How long did this conversation last that you've described in your statement?
It's broad. Your question is broad.
Yeah, the conversation on July 20, where you claimed that Dr. Pandya made some statements that offended you. How long did that conversation last?
It's vague, ambiguous, overbroad, calls for speculation.
Can you answer the question?
I don't recollect.
Okay. Can you give us your best estimate how long it was?
I don't recollect.
Okay. Was it more or less than 10 minutes?
I don't recall.
You have no idea?
Asked and answered.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have difficulty recalling what was said during that meeting?
Not in regards to specific statements that I've already offered in my personal testimony. I don't recollect on the duration of time that you've asked me about.
The best document that refreshes your recollection concerning what happened on July 20 is the letter of complaint that you did on July 22. Would that be a fair statement?
Same objections.
The reference, you're asking me about a confidential document.
Okay, so let me return to what you said a moment ago. You said that you have, you don't have a clear recollection about everything, but you have a clear recollection about certain things. Is that a fair statement?
No.
All right, let me hear from you again. Please characterize the quality of your recollection
Vague and ambiguous.
relating to the July 20 conversation.
Vague and ambiguous.
Go ahead.
Overbroad.
You asked me about if I recollected a time duration. I don't recollect a time.
I've moved on. I'm asking about your recollection in general. Would you say you have a clear recollection of everything that was said?
Asked and answered, vague and ambiguous. Calls for speculation.
Go ahead.
I am here to offer my personal statement regarding my recollection on the statements that were made by the Shining Vice Chairman, Director Pandia.
Can you answer my question, please? Do you have a clear recollection of what was said on July 20, 2021?
I have a clear recollection of what Director Pandia said to me.
Okay. And you've testified under oath that he made a statement that you and Dr. Jindal and Dr. Bell gang raped his daughter. Is that what you actually recall, that he said that?
My recollection clearly is Donna, Dr. Jindal, Dr. Bell gang raped my daughter.
Okay. You're certain he was, now let me ask you, before that statement was made, was there a discussion about Dr. Pandia's comment that what had happened was illegal?
The discussion that is protected under attorney-client privilege.
Also,
attorney-client privilege?
Confidential peer review matter as well.
I disagree. You've opened the door when there was an open session discussion about what was said on July 20. Let me lay that foundation. On July 20, what's in evidence is a detailed discussion about the July 20 incident that is transcribed and which can be found in Exhibit 10 if you want to take a look at it.
I don't have the exhibits in front of me.
All right, so I can show you mine if you want. You were present at the July 20 board meeting, weren't you?
For the record, it was July 27th.
27, I misspoke, I apologize. Were you present at that meeting?
I was present, yes.
Okay, and if you take a moment to look through the detailed discussion that took place in open session, would you acknowledge that there was a discussion about the July 20 meeting that you had with Dr. Pandia and Attorney Craig? If you want to take a moment to look through it, you can.
You're showing me a transcribed document of the meeting that I was present at. There's a lot of information.
Yeah,
The document speaks for itself. There's no need.
Sure. Well, you want to just stipulate that there is in fact a discussion about what happened on July 20 in this transcript? I mean, otherwise the last.
So stipulated.
I'm sorry?
So stipulated.
So stipulated. Okay, thank you. Okay, so your attorney has stipulated that in the open section where Dr. Pandia was publicly censured.
I'd just like to state for the record that Attorney Hansen represents the board. She's not my attorney.
Then the attorney for the board has just stipulated that at that meeting that you have testified you were present at, there in fact was a discussion about the July 20 incident. And by virtue of that, I wanted to follow up. It's a public record because it occurred in a public meeting. I want to ask you.
I need to clarify for the record. I don't think she testified at July 27th, 2021. I thought.
Oh, no. What the point is simply whether or not what happened on July 20 was confidential. And if the discussion about what happened on July 20 takes place in an open session of this board on July 27, it's no longer confidential. That's my only point. And so you were there. You know that
Right.
there was a discussion about July 20, and so I want to ask you about July 20.
You're asking me to recall the July 27th that links to a July 20th. You're not asking me anything.
All right, I want to get back to July 20, so we're crystal clear. I'm talking about July 20, the conversation that led to my client getting a public censure, okay? You've already testified about things that you say that you remember. I'm entitled to ask you what you remember and details about that day, okay? That's what I want to do. I want to get at the truth, okay?
There's no question pending.
All right, so here's the question. Is it possible, based on the recollection that you have today, that the comment, instead of they gang raped my daughter, it was in response to the question about illegality, my client said it was like a gang rape?
No.
Would you deny that?
I would deny that.
Okay. Did I understand your statement to be that there was a discussion about conflict of interest when Dr. Sorrells was still there? Is that how you remember it?
I don't recollect that.
Okay, so the conversation that you're taking issue with took place after Dr. Sorrells left?
Correct.
Okay. Did you serve on the Joint Conference Committee in May of 2019?
I'm going to reference my objection to protection under Evidence Code 1157, peer review.
You refuse to answer?
Can I interject, Mr. Whelan? That is irrelevant to the topic. Do not go outside the topic.
I'm sorry?
You are going somewhere else with the top. That is irrelevant. Whatever you said, some of that meeting is irrelevant to present discussion.
Well, okay.
And also join on the record that it's confidential, Evidence Code 1157 protected.
What I'm trying to establish is the record of what happened on this day that you're taking issue with, okay? And I'm simply asking, was there discussion about you and Dr. Jindal and Dr. Bell serving on the Joint Conference Committee?
Same objections.
Was there discussion about that?
I take objection.
How many times I have to repeat that? I'll once again say that. Please do not repeat the same again. I just made it clear the confidential and peer review and all the items that are not relevant to this will not be admitted, and it is total waste of time.
Let me ask if the chairman believes it's a total waste of time to ask questions about the conversation that happened on July 20, on which the board is considering a public censure against my client. Am I not to ask questions about the conversation that occurred on July 20?
Mr. Whelan, you're not allowed to ask questions of the chairman. The chairman's the one.
Oh, I'm allowed to do anything I want. Can you answer the question, sir?
I think.
Yeah, you could ask questions. As long as you do not, those two rules, I just said confidentiality, peer review, and anything that is not relevant to the topic, not to be asked or discussed.
I just want to make sure that you understand, I'm simply asking about what was said during the July 20 discussion. Am I permitted to do that?
I'm listening, but you're going somewhere else. JRC and all those issues are not discussable here.
Okay, I'm simply asking, at the July 20 meeting, was there a discussion about JRC appeal? Can you answer, please?
Again, some of that conversation is protected by attorney-client privilege.
And I would also chime in, it's also protected by Evidence Code 1157 and confidential peer review.
All right, I don't think we're getting a fair hearing, because if Ms. Hefner is permitted to answer questions about only part of the discussion, and they assert the privilege so that we can't ask questions about what really happened, this is not a fair proceeding.
Well, for the record, we've offered up a closed session proceeding where we can get into the quality.
For the record, we didn't trust that. We took it to court, and the court ordered that this be public so that this nonsense wouldn't happen out of the view of the public. So that's why the court has ordered that this be a public hearing. And so we want to find out from you, CEO Hefner, a lot of things about that conversation that the board is potentially going to base a public censure ruling on. We need to find out. And the court has ordered us to, allowed us to do this, okay? So in this conversation that occurred after Dr. Soros left, the primary participants in the discussion were Dr. Pandya and Attorney Crace, correct?
Misstates testimony.
I'm asking that question.
Restate your question.
Yeah, the question is the primary people that were talking during this discussion were Dr. Pandya and Attorney Crace, is that correct?
After
Dr. Soros left, when it's just the three of you, the primary people that were discussing these issues were Attorney Crace and Dr. Pandya, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, during that whole discussion, you never made any single comment, correct?
I don't recollect.
Okay. In fact, it was a conversation between Attorney Crace and Dr. Pandya, and you were there present listening to it, correct?
Misstates testimony.
Answer, please.
I don't recollect.
You don't recollect one way or the other?
No, I don't recollect what conversation I was a part of.
Right.
What I said.
I asked you earlier whether you said anything during that discussion. And your testimony is you don't remember saying anything. You want to change your testimony?
Argumentative.
I don't know what you're asking.
I'll return to my other question. Did you say anything during the course of the discussion?
It's broad. At what time?
During the course of the discussion after Dr. Soros left, did you say any words?
Vague and ambiguous, overbroad.
Would you like to answer, please?
I don't understand your question.
No. During the conversation that you just referenced in your statement, where you claim that Dr. Pandya said that you and Dr. Jindal and Dr. Bell gang raped his daughter, during that conversation, did you speak any words?
Calls for attorney-client privilege communication.
Answer, please.
That is a duration of time that I was a part of the conversation, but I did not speak up when those statement was made to me.
I'm asking a broader question. After Dr. Soros leaves, and it's just Attorney Crace, Dr. Pandya, and you, and there's a discussion about conflict of interest issues, and the comment that you say was offensive, you claim was made during that whole period of time, did you speak any words?
Vague, ambiguous, overbroad, calls for potential attorney-client privilege communications.
I will state for the record that I did not state anything after that comment was made to me.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the whole conversation. Did you say any words?
It's vague, ambiguous, overbroad, potentially calls for.
Can you please answer? Can you please answer?
Again, I can't, I don't want an attorney-client privilege because of some of the conversation was, I would say, was under attorney-client privilege.
Okay, so just some parts were under the privilege, but not the other parts that you already talked about? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that his statement was not part of that. It's not an attorney-client privilege.
Oh, okay, just some parts of it were attorney-client privilege.
What?
Some parts of the discussion.
Overbroad.
You're talking about the very same discussion, and you're now asserting the privilege because Attorney Crace was there as your attorney. That's how you perceived it, right?
Attorney Crace was present for the board.
Yeah, but the communications were covered by the attorney-client privilege as far as you understood it, correct?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
She's already asserted the attorney-client privilege. I'm just following up.
You don't need to answer that question.
Are you instructing her not to answer?
I will defer to Chairman Reddy as to his ruling on that, but I think it calls for a legal conclusion.
Well,
He's on the mute.
yeah, for the objective, for the.
Dr. Reddy, you need to remove the mute button.
Okay, yeah, here it is. I'm sorry, Edo. Okay, the relevance is not there as far as I can see for this, what's going on. So I think but those questions need not be answered.
Okay, so I'm real clear.
And the facts are whether he made statements or not is very question. That's a question to be answered. Are you trying to disprove that he did not make any of those statements at all?
Yeah, I'm saying
it's not the reasoning. The reasoning
we'll get
reasoning goes into confidentiality. Can I finish it? The reasoning goes into confidentiality and peer review and all kinds of areas. We cannot go there. The question is the response of Dr. Pandya, was it justified? The justification not we are here for. Whether the behavior does not comply with these codes or all these policies. That's what we are here for. So your questioning of her and those details has no, I do not see much of relevancy.
Okay, Doc.
For this process.
I'd just like to state.
We are a chairman and the chairman. It's a board meeting. This is not a court of law. She's not on a trial. Okay, you get that point?
All right, I just simply like to say for the record that I'm here to try to get at the truth of what was said during July 20, okay? And I find it very frustrating if I'm not permitted to ask questions about what happened at the July 20 hearing. I don't think that's fair. So that's the big problem, okay?
Well, I think the big problem is that you're asking.
Let me just put your mind at ease. CEO Hefner, thank you very much. I'm done asking you questions for now, okay? I'm going to call Dr. Pandya as my next witness. See you back. Sure. Dr. Pandya?
Yes.
How long have you served on the board of directors at CRV District Hospital?
I was elected to the board in November of 2012.
Okay, and you've served continuously since that time?
Yes, I've gone through 3 different elections. Yes.
During that span of time, have you ever spoken angry or harsh words to CEO Hefner?
Never.
Okay. Prior to July 20 of 2021, had you ever expressed any offensive comments to her or were derogatory in any way towards her?
Never.
Okay. Let's talk about what actually happened on July 20, 2021. Okay.
Okay.
At that meeting, it was a pre-board meeting. Is that, tell the public, what was that about?
So ordinarily, the chairman and the vice chairman would go to a meeting with the board attorney to discuss what the CEO wants or what is to be on the agenda. And so that can be briefly discussed.
Okay.
Just in case if the chairman is not able to chair the committee meeting, a board meeting, then the vice chair also knows that what the issues are that to be discussed.
Okay, so
not surprised. So that's what there is usually a meeting.
So the purpose is just to kind of go over the agenda, make sure that's all set, and that's in advance of the board meeting. Is that right?
Right, it's a general discussion, it is non-binding, it is not under Brown Act. Only 2 members of the board are present.
Okay.
So basically, it's like a frank and candid discussion on few issues that is under attorney-client privilege.
Right. Okay, so the people in attendance were who initially?
Initially, it was Chairman Sorrells, myself, Attorney Robert Grace, and Ms. Hafner.
Okay. And at some point, Dr. Sorrells left?
Right. So what happened was in the beginning of the meeting, Ms. Hafner said that there is this issue about constitution of the members of the appeals board. And I'll give you background that there are some proceedings taken against a member of the medical staff. And so then the member of the medical staff, she happens to be my daughter. And then there was
I think we're getting into confidential areas.
Yeah, I would.
It's a matter of public record what happened because it's in the writ of mandate lawsuit. That's a public record. Yeah. And the order from the court is that we can cover anything that's public record. So we're not violating any rule. The court's permitted us to do this. Go ahead.
I'm just giving a general background for public and public to understand.
Right.
So there was an adverse action, and so a judicial review committee was appointed by the hospital, 4 physicians and an independent attorney as a hearing officer, and so that went through for many meetings and several hours.
Can I object again?
Just get to the point. There was a ruling in favor of your daughter.
So
Object to the results of that as well.
Yeah, it's a matter of public record. The court has permitted us to do it. Please don't.
Dr. Pandya, Dr. Pandya, can I interject here? Please, you heard my conversation earlier. Please stick to your behavior, not all these stories, okay?
All right.
Your behavior is what we need to talk about. Why
That
you
had
did
nothing to do with the board. It's an NBC meeting.
That's fine. Let's honor what the chairman has said. Okay, we're just.
I hope you understand English. Okay, I'm hoping you understand English. I just said that. Okay.
Okay, we're going to focus in on what was actually said. Okay, so at this July 20 meeting, was there any discussion about the JRC appeal?
Right.
So was there a discussion about the JRC appeal?
So it was listed on the tentative agenda for the board, and therefore that was moved by Ms. Hafner to the last. And then Attorney Grace and Ms. Hafner decided to discuss that with me after Chairman Sorrells left.
Okay. After Chairman Sorrells left, the 3 of you had a discussion. During the course of that whole discussion, did CEO Hefner ever say anything?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. And there was a discussion about who would serve on the JRC appeal panel. Is that correct?
So, you know, I have a misgiving here that Ms. Hafner was allowed to give a long background.
That's it. You've got to just answer my questions because we want to stick to what this chairman's letting us do. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the question is, at this meeting, at least the part of the meeting where it was just you, CEO Hefner, and Attorney Grace, did the subject of an appeal from the JRC favorable ruling in favor of your daughter get discussed?
Objection moved to strike the portion of it that's
confidential. It was
confidential.
on the agenda of that meeting.
All right. So at that meeting where that was discussed, was there a discussion about who would serve on the appeal panel?
Correct.
Yes. And it was it at that time that Attorney Grace raised a question about 2 people, you and somebody else?
Dr. Sangareddy and myself.
What did he say about Dr. Sangareddy having a conflict?
Objection, completely irrelevant to the proceeding today and the charges, the statement of charges.
All right, go ahead.
So Attorney Grace said.
No, I want Dr. Reddy to be able to rule on this.
People need to know the truth. Can you speak about what was said, please?
Dr. Pandya, can you hear me? Okay, you cannot go into those details at all. I just said that, please.
All right.
That's not allowed.
We're going to have Dr. Pandya talk about what was said, at the July 20 meeting. Go ahead, Dr. Pandya.
That's fine, but not into those areas.
Well, you can tell what was said. That's what we want to do. We want to find out the truth about what was said at the July 20 meeting. Go ahead.
Right. So Mr. Kray said that the two people had conflict of interest. It was me who had a conflict of interest because the practitioner happened to be related to me and my business partner, and also Dr. Sagar Reddy had a conflict of interest. And I said that, well, that may be so, I agree, but the thing is that Dr. Bell also has conflict of interest because he was involved in meetings between the board. It's called Joint Conference Committee meeting, where Dr. Bell was present, Ms. Hafner was present, Attorney Kreis was present, and Dr. Jindal was present. And then the two members of the executive committee, Chief of Staff and Vice Chief of Staff were present. And at that time, all these people that I named, they persuaded and pressured the MEC to change their decision that they had already made.
Objection. None of this is in the public record. Move to strike. Confidential peer review.
All right, we're talking about what was said at the July 20 discussion. You raised the question about if you had a conflict and Dr. Sugar Reddy had a conflict, perhaps Dr. Bell had a conflict.
Dr. Bell had a conflict.
Can I interject? Okay, Mr. Whalen, you can make a generalized statement. Do not be specific into these areas like he's doing. And I made it clear. And my name is not Dr. Sugar Reddy, I'm Dr. Reddy. Okay, for your information,
I'm sorry.
Get your record straight.
I apologize. I'm sorry. After that part of the discussion, what was said next?
He did not agree with me. He said that Dr. Bell did not have conflict of interest.
Okay. And did you have a discussion that you would follow up later and get information to him about that?
Right. And I said that Dr. Bell has a conflict. We talk about it 2-3 times. And then, I said that I'll have to check with my attorney. And then if there is a question, then we can do that. I asked him to send me an email that would crystallize his opinion that Dr. Bell did not have the conflict of interest. But he said, no, maybe you can send it to...
Listen, you can still go into details. Please do not go into details of discussion. Have a general statement. Do not go into details. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Well, we're trying to tell everybody here, including the public.
That is too much of a detailed discussion. That is not a subject matter here.
Well, this is not relevant.
I really don't know what's happening here. I'm just trying to get my to tell you folks about what happened at the July 20 meeting. That's all we're doing.
That's right.
Donna Hefner had a chance to tell all she had to say about the July 20 meeting. And now I want my client to do the same thing, but I'm being blocked. Is that fair? I don't think that's fair. So would you continue, please, Dr. Pandya?
Argumentative?
Yeah, I'll withdraw all of that and let's get on to the questioning. Dr. Pandya, what happened next?
Where were we? So I told him that, okay, fine, that if there is still a disagreement after I discuss with my counselor, then I'll contact him. Otherwise, then there is no objection to Dr. Bell.
Okay. And at that point, did you make a comment about illegality?
Right. At that point, we were discussing all this, and I was very frustrated. And I said that there are a lot of these things that were done illegally, like pertaining to the medical staff bylaws. They were not followed, and for the entire proceeding from December of 2018 all the way to July of 2019.
All right. Did Attorney Kreis challenge your comment about illegality? Did he challenge it?
Well, yes, he did.
Okay, and then what did you say in response?
He asked me, that, are you talking about murder or like illegal? And I said, no, it was like a gang rape.
Okay.
I said that it was like a metaphor,
okay.
The whole process was like that.
Okay.
That's what I told him.
You just said it was like a gang rape. Are you certain that those are the words you spoke?
Yes,
You're absolutely certain.
absolutely.
You
certain.
said like a gang rape.
Like a gang rape.
Did you accuse CEO Hefner of gang raping your daughter? Did you say those words?
No, I did not.
Did you say that anybody else gang raped your daughter?
No, I did not.
Did you refer to what had happened to your daughter as like a gang rape? Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this discussion, did you raise your voice ever at all?
No, it was a calm and professional discussion with Attorney Chris.
Okay.
And he had a lot of points he made, and I was trying to make the same points based on the medical staff bylaws. And that's all it was to it. So there was definitely a disagreement. When I'm talking with my attorney and I have a disagreement with him, so I'm voicing that. I'm partly learning about what he's saying also. So ultimately, we agreed that if I have a problem with that, whatever he was saying for the constitution of the appeal board, then I'll get back with him. That was some of my last comments.
I started asking you questions before we asked you to take the oath. May I belatedly have the court reporter swear the witness, please?
I think
Just
he
wait,
already
we need
did.
to do
He's
this.
still under
Did you
oath.
swear? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. The oath that you took, do you stand by that oath as to what your recollection is as you testified today about what was said on July 20?
Correct.
All right, did either Attorney Crace or CEO Hefner object in any way after you made the comment about like a gang rape?
No.
All right. Did either of them appear to react emotionally at all?
No.
Negatively at all?
No.
Okay. At any point in time, did either of them, in any of your interactions with them, apart from the July 27 board meeting in open session, and by the way, you were excluded from the closed session discussion, weren't you?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Apart from the July 27 discussion, did you ever have any discussion with anyone at the hospital about what was said on July 20?
No.
You learned at the July 27 board meeting that there had been a written complaint submitted by CEO Hefner. Did you ask for a copy of that?
I did ask for the copy, right?
Did you ask for it on multiple occasions?
Multiple occasions, correct.
And when did you first see it?
After the court ordered, then I was able to see it about
a week ago.
About a few weeks, couple of, I don't know exactly 10, 15 days ago.
Okay, and that was after the court ordered that it be produced.
Correct.
Up until then, you had asked for it on multiple occasions and they refused to supply it. Is that true?
Correct.
All right, no further questions. That's all. You can sit down.
I think now is the opportunity for public comments.
Yeah, please, public comment that we talked about 3 minutes, please.
Jennifer, I can take a look as well as time for 3 minutes and then 30 minutes as well.
Yeah, 3 plus the play up to 30 minutes, yeah.
And we have one member.
have one.
Yeah, she's
Whenever you're ready. Are we ready for the person from the overflow for public comment?
Yes.
Good evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity to voice my support for Dr. Pandia, whom I've known for 25 years. I first met Dr. Pandia soon after I moved to Porterville in 1996, take the position, I ran here, so I'm out of breath, to take the position of postmaster of Porterville. During those 25 years, I have traveled internationally with the Pandias, served on the Pandia Family Foundation, and worked with them on several community projects. I have only known Dr. Pandia to be a caring and giving individual. Just a few of the projects I have participated in with him are as follows. In 2011, a group of 6, including Dr. Pandia, traveled to India. All 6 of us took 2 large suitcases, one for our personal items and one for medical supplies to deliver to a small rural, I'm so out of breath, I'm sorry, a small rural clinic. Our local noon Rotary, Porterville here, donated an ultrasound to a small clinic. Dr. Pandia spent 2 full days of his own time on vacation and training the clinic staff on how to use the ultrasound. Dr. Pandia has gone over and above in training the staff of his practice. He has sent many of them to training at his expense to improve their knowledge and ability to better serve patients. Their training is something they can take with them for their future growth. The Pandia Family Foundation has taken on several projects in the community. There was the Walk with the Dog program. The project had several members of the community meeting on Sunday morning to take long walks for their health. The mini blue benches that many of you might have seen over at Veterans Park was a pet project of Dr. Pandia's and the Pandia Family Foundation. Dr. Pandia met with many individuals and service clubs here in Porterville to acquire funding for the project. The Pandia family donated many other benches actually themselves. Dr. Pandia told me he thought the benches would be a good source to promote friendship, fellowship, and companionship for members of the community. This last June, I was privileged to participate in the Porterville College Scholarship Award Ceremony, where I represented the Pandia Foundation. The foundation awarded 3 scholarships, 2 in the field of medicine and 1 in business.
Dr. Zachariah, we're at 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, please finish your last, whatever you want to say.
These are a few of the community projects I participated with Dr. Pandia. I'm happy to be able to stand up for Dr. Pandia and present to you the person I know and who I have worked with for the past 25 years. So I thank you all for letting me talk to you tonight.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
And please state your name and before you start giving a public comment, whoever is next.
Oh, did you get?
You did not state your name.
I'm so sorry, I was running in here. My name is Mickey Manning.
Do you spell it for the court reporter?
Sure, M-I-C-K-I-E, M-I-M-A-N-N-I-N-G.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Kent has them.
That's the only one we have?
No, you have.
No, I have several emails that have been addressed to the Fairview Medical Center Board, and as secretary, I'll read these letters. The first letter says to Fairview Medical Center Board, I have known, and this is from Cameron Hamilton past mayor of Porterville, California. I have known Dr. Pandya as a concerned citizen of Porterville for many years. During the nursing staffing shortage crisis in 2007, he was proactive in searching for solutions for our local healthcare system. I had an opportunity to work with him in 2007 during the nursing crisis, along with me as mayor, Felipe Martinez as vice mayor, and John Longley as city administrator. Dr. Pandya took time out, went with me to meet with prison system receiver in Sacramento, who was appointed to address the shortage of nurses. Because of our efforts, we were able to get a new nursing program started at Porterville College. Dr. Pandya is a good surgeon, but more than he has ever been as an asset to our community and to the health care of Porterville residents. As I mentioned, Cameron Hamilton, past mayor of the city of Porterville. Letter we have from Daniel Figueroa, Porterville, California, dated July 21st, 2022. To Fairview Board of Directors, it is with honor that I write this letter in support of Dr. Pandya. Our family has known the Pandyas for upward of 25 years. Dr. Pandya has always demonstrated a heartfelt and genuine interest in the betterment of our Porterville community. Dr. Pandya's advocacy for Porterville has been evident through his support to Rotary, Zonta, Porterville Schools, and the city of Porterville. It is because of the Pandya family that Portervillians and the surrounding community enjoy seating space at Veterans Park. The park benches today are enjoyed by both adults and children. Moreover, Dr. Pandya has served Porterville tirelessly with strong dedication and has served our country and the United States military. Dr. Pandya cares deeply for his patients and our Porterville community. His entire adult life has been dedicated to serving others. Signed, Daniel Figueroa. Next letter is from Robert Keeley, dated July 17th, 2022. Fairview District Hospital Board of Members and the Porterville community. Dear board members and community, in the early 90s, two professionals, a young doctor and a young engineer, were asked to start a program to support young students in math and science. The young doctor was Dr. Pandya, and the young engineer was me, Robert Keeley. Along with other members, we formed a strong team. This turned into a successful endeavor for all team members for spending the extra time and effort with students. It resulted in some major improvements over the years for the students as well as ourselves. During this time, we established a strong relationship that continues to this day. We put many hours into the program because we knew it was worthwhile to all involved. One of the major efforts that came out of this program was the establishment of the Porterville College SMART, S-M-A-R-T lab. We learned there is no satisfactory substitute for excellence. Dr. Pandya showed integrity, dedication, and passion to his community. As well as this understanding, we have supported many other endeavors and can be counted on for longevity. As I look back over the years to the people I have worked with that have made a positive difference to our community, Dr. Pandya is at the top of that list. We are both Rotarians as well as other boards we sit on and continue our community service to this day. Sincerely, Robert D. Keeley. Next letter is from Ms. Mickey Manning.
She read that one, so I think we can skip it.
Oh, she did read that. Sorry. Next is from Reddy Blukel. Hot Springs Village, Arkansas. It says Board of Directors, Senior View District Hospital, Porterville, California. Dated 7/18/2022. I am writing this letter at the request of Gurang S. Pandya, MD. I have known Dr. Pandya for approximately 30 years as a professional business owner and as a friend. As his former certified public accountant, I found his business ethics to be admirable. He was respectful, considerate, and always polite toward me and staff. As a business operator, I found him to be a visionary as he was continually studying medical technology and trying to find a way to bring advanced or improved services to the Porterville community, all at his own expense. On a personal level, my husband and I have spent many hours with the doctor and his family. I have witnessed the generosity of both time and money to the community and individuals. He has always conducted himself with the utmost respect toward others. Sincerely, Betty Bluke. Next letter is from Steve Chambers, July 19, 2022, to whom it may concern. I have had the distinct honor and privilege of knowing Gurang Pandya, MD, for more than 10 years. He was an active member of the California Disaster Healthcare Volunteers through the Porterville Medical Reserve Corps. He personally participated in numerous trainings, drills, and exercises, as well as very generously supported those trainings with financial contributions. As a result of his outstanding support, he received the Outstanding MRC Support Award from the Assistant Secretary of Planning and Response presented by the Acting Surgeon General. I highly recommend Dr. Pandya to our organization as a proven leader and visionary in the healthcare field. He is dedicated to providing the highest level of leadership to any endeavor he supports. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions about this letter of support. Sincerely, Stephen Chambers. The next letter from Netu S. Patel in Porterville. To the Sierra View Board of Directors. My name is Netu S. Patel, MSW, retired from State of California Department of Developmental Services. I'm a resident of Porterville from 2/1978 to 5/1984, and from 8/1992 to the present. I have known Dr. Pan and his family since they moved to Porterville. I have worked with him and his family during our annual Diwali functions where I used to be bookkeeper. His family was instrumental during charity work for victims of earthquake in India in 2001. He organized the whole event of collection of clothes and cash donations from our town and then made sure that it was delivered in Los Angeles to proper agency. I have also used his medical service when my gallbladder was removed in June 2018. After the surgery, Sierra View District Hospital, I was discharged, but when I went home, I could not urinate even though I felt like urinating. So I called ER, was told to go back. When I got there, with the help of the catheter, I felt relieved. Then I was sent home. I was doing well, and Dr. Pandya called me to find out how I was doing. He visited me at my house. I have seen his involvement in community services like organizing benches in Veterans Park on Henderson Avenue and charity work in India. I believe Dr. Pandya is an honorable man and an asset to the community. Patel, that's Patel. Next letter, the last letter, dated July 19th, 2022, from Donnie Moore of Parks and Leisure in Porterville. To whom it may concern, this letter serves as a character reference for Dr. Gurang Pandya. I have had the privilege of knowing Dr. Pandya for the past 10 years. Dr. Pandya spearheaded a bench donation drive for the Veterans Park Trail in conjunction with the city's trail project a few years ago. In addition, Dr. Pandya implemented a walk with a doc program at Veterans Park. Those two projects were where I got to work with him and get to know him. When I have worked with Dr. Pandya, he has portrayed professionalism, congeniality, and a sense of humor. I've witnessed many leadership qualities Dr. Pandya possesses, and his work ethic is admirable. As is evident by this letter, I highly praise the character of Dr. Pandya. I've enjoyed my time working with him on various projects and look forward to more in the future. Sincerely, Donnie Moore, Parks and Leisure. And that concludes.
Thank you. For the record, I want to make clear that these letters are entirely irrelevant to the statement of charges. I wanted to be respectful of the public comment period, but I do want to put that on the record.
Yeah, and I disagree with Ms. Hanson's characterization.
At this point,
as you might expect.
At this point, I believe the board is able to ask questions of Dr. Pandya.
And of Ms. Hepner too, for that matter, right?
If there's questions.
Yeah.
Any board member wants to ask questions? Yeah.
I've got a question for Donna as well as Dr. Pandya. First with Donna. Did he say that you and Dr. Bell and Dr. Jindal gang raped my daughter? Did he use these words?
He used it. Donna, Dr. Jindal, and Dr. Bell gang raped my daughter.
Thank you. Donna, did you say my name, Dr. Jindal's name, and Donna's name when you said those words?
No, I did not. As I explained to you that comment came towards the end of the 10 or so minute conversation with Mr. Kreis. And I was not even addressing her. She was sitting about 8-10 feet away. And Mr. Kreis was across the table from in this room. And so after we discussed all these about the legal issue about who can be on the appeal board and things like that, and I raised the issue, is a legal issue that Dr. Bell also has a conflict because he was involved in this.
I was not involved in that.
But the record shows that
no, I was not involved in that.
I'm sorry if that is so, but the record shows your name.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm very sorry. I was not present. I don't mean to.
You keep on bringing my name into everything too.
Nothing.
For no reason.
I'm very sorry. It is not personal, but the record of your meeting shows that you attended that.
That's confidential.
Well, and I moved to strike anything relating to bringing Dr. Bell's name into it.
If you want to see. That's
minutes from the meeting. Why don't you show it?
Minutes from the meeting. It's highlighted that
there was no intent to offend, Dr. Bell. The agenda the minutes say that you were there. Okay.
Two meetings.
There's no intent to offend you. There's no intent.
He says that present. He says President Ashok Bell, Board Secretary. That was in 2019. I'm very sorry. I'm not using your name.
No, I was not there. I was just not there.
So somebody made up a record.
Yeah, somebody did some mistake. No, I was not.
Okay, so let's keep this to the statement of charges.
I'm sorry. Go back to the question. Go back to the question.
Sorry.
Yeah, so you did not mention my name, Dr. Jindal's name, and Donna's name, that they gang raped your daughter.
That is correct. I did not say that. Okay. I did not say that. The discussion, actually, I was going through chemotherapy and I was kind of low, and our discussion was very congenial and professional and calm and logical conversation about the legal issue that Mr. Kreis was saying, and what I was saying, objecting to that. We had a disagreement. Okay, we have disagreements. I have had a lot of opportunity to learn from Mr. Kreis when I had disagreements. So I'm a type of person who asked questions. So I was asking questions. And that's all there was to it. And so when all that went on and on, then at that point, he said that, well, this is the issue. I said, well, this was like, this was illegal. Then he said, how you say illegal? And like a murder? I said, no, first of all, I did not understand his question because he was asking about something about matter of law or some evidence thing, something he was saying. And so,
Dr. Fanny, you're repeating the same thing again and again. I do not see any point here.
okay.
You answered the question already. Anybody has any other question?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just, out of respect for Dr. Bell, I'm explaining to him that this is.
And you have said that before already. You have said that before, and I said we're not doing it.
That's right. You got it.
Okay, you got it.
You got it.
I have two questions.
Yeah.
One for both Pandya. So Dr. Pandya, could you tell me, you said that you were on chemotherapy. Could that affect your recollection of what happened that day as well?
No.
Or do you feel like?
Right. No, that's a good question. But I was, and I have had opportunity since this happened on 27. I had an opportunity to reflect on it for all these months. And I kept on asking that where is the actual complaint? I never got that until we had to go to the court, and court ordered that complaint letter should be given. The original reason was given is the human resources issue. But now I have that, it already shows that it was not a confidential thing. It went to Dr. Hakimi and the medical staff and a lot of these people. So it was, but I was kept from it. So I did not know that what was in it until I got that. But I have reflected on this for all these years because this is very serious business.
I got a second question. So, we're going over like how the context or whatever. Do you feel like the word gang rape is okay in any conversation in a professional manner in any way at all? Or do you feel some sorrow in using that phrase in a professional interaction with a lawyer or with anybody really, in your capacity as a board member? Because I mean, every time I'm hearing that word in this meeting, and every time I hear it, it kind of sends like a little, my hairs on my back of my neck kind of stand up a little bit. So how do you feel? Do you feel like it wasn't, like that you feel remorseful for using that word and that phrase?
So I could, you're right, I could have used a different metaphor, but he was asking me a question. And I thought that we were having a private, candid conversation. And so he asked me that how it was illegal. My thing was that it's a metaphor, is always a metaphor, is an example. It is not an actual act, at least, but it just explains the opinion.
That's very visceral connotation, right? Like a really visceral feeling when you hear it. That's just, I think that's what the reason for why we're having this whole thing happen right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I get it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I have a question for Dr. Pandya. So if I recollect, I also looked at the minutes and of the July 27th. We had Robert Prater's testimony in the closed session to the board. And I think we probably have a record. Jennifer may have that. Most importantly, I recall you not denying any of these in that meeting when we asked, which is clear recollection of me, documented. You have not said, you did not say that. Well, you're justifying your behavior, saying something happened that led me to say. Are you saying you are lying then, or you're lying now?
Okay.
Which is the truth?
Are you done with the question?
Yes.
Okay. So as I understand, your question is that you agree to all this, but how can I agree to that without knowing what the complaint is? So basically, you decided that you're going to talk about this closed session and then exclude me from the meeting, and then you come out, you don't even tell me, and then you're saying you did this and that. And actually, I did not agree to that. I just looked at that. There is one word there is one word which is missing from the minutes. Basically, that is something that I did not agree to. And I complained that my due process rights were violated and I was not given the opportunity. I didn't even know that this was being discussed, and there was a secret letter on my desk later on. So I didn't even know what was going on. So how can I agree or disagree about that? Because let's be realistic and fair. Okay, so I didn't know anything.
Okay, Dr. Pandya, it's not about arguing about it, it's about telling the truth. The truth was in open session, it was asked, was your statement correct? You did not say it was incorrect, and you were trying to explain why you said it. So that's what I'm asking. You did not answer my question. So it is about credibility of what you're talking about.
So basically, if I don't
answer the question, do not go tangential. Please answer the question I asked.
You're asking a leading question, and I don't agree with the presumptions behind the question. And I agreed. So I'm lying then or lying now. Actually, I have already said that all these years that I don't know what it was. That now I read that and I know that it is not correct. This is not what happened.
It's not about the letter. It's about what you said. In open session, you did not say anything about contrary. You said what you said, but you are explaining, justifying your behavior. And the reason board answered, I'm reading through my own here. You're not remorseful. You're not even apologetic about that behavior. And you're explaining the reasoning, and that's what relative censor. The question to you is again, you said something that, are you saying the truth now? And that was false. Which was the truth?
No, the truth is that I did not know what hit me at that day. And so you asked me something and I said something, but that was not based on the facts that was provided to me. And so if you tell me you said something, then I'm thinking that, okay, I said something and I can say something. There are other things I had said other than this, that I thought it was about about David Wenger and wanting to sell the hospital and all those things. And so, so then those were the other things.
You have not answered, but I'll say, Dr. Pan, you have not answered my question, but I'll say something. That was a week after the incident. You had a fresh memory. You remember exactly what you said. You did not deny any of those. Now you've been lawyered up and prepared and going through all this process, and it's up to the members to see who is telling the truth. That's Pandya, today's stand. Okay, I'll rest my case. Anybody else have any questions?
No, I think you're just saying that you did that. Why did you steal that? But I didn't even know that I have taken anything.
I'm not asking any questions. I'm not asking any questions.
Basically, by asking that question, you're telling me that you're already guilty. This is what you're saying, and that's what I can also say a lot of things about different people. I choose not to.
So if no other questions,
Mr. Kent has a question.
Several questions.
Okay, go ahead.
On the 27th, the date we're talking about, if I recall, you and Ms. Hefner were asked to leave the room for discussion the board had about some other issues we won't talk about. And then when you were invited back into the room, we went into open session and we discussed, and you were able to see the letter, and we discussed the incident that happened at that time. So you had, I think we're talking about, getting a fair deal or a raw deal, whatever it is. But at that time, the board met and you were here, we were open session, and that's when we went over the whole case and read the issue that brought it about, and we discussed it at that time in open session. Is that correct?
That is partially correct, but see, this is in closed session. You got Dr. Sagaredi and me out of the closed session to discuss about the composition of the appeal board. Mm-hmm. And then you called Dr. Sagaredi and her back in, and then you guys discussed that, and I didn't know what was going on. And when I came back here, then I still didn't know what was going on, and it was not on the agenda. And I had no clue what you're talking about. You hit me with something like a fast wind, then I'm going to react. Anybody's going to react to that. But so it was, so I didn't have any idea. I said I don't have the complaint. I said that it is not fair. My due process rights are violated. I said that I want to have you put it off for a month so I can look at the complaint and do that. You personally told me several times that, I have this, I'm going to email you the complaint letter. You never did. And up until the court ordered, I never saw the complaint letter. So I did not know what the complaint was.
At that time, when you were invited back in open session, if I recall, we read the complaint.
No, you did not.
Yes.
You did not.
There's a record here. Exhibit 10 is what was said.
But he was fully aware of the complaint against you, and you had time to rebuttal on that. And after that, and we discussed it for a length of time, then we took a vote in open session for censorship.
I did not have.
You were voted back in, and you were told the reason why.
No, that is not correct. I don't agree because you said you had a chance to look at it. I had no chance to look.
Remembers it.
He wrote it down in the minutes. I can understand that he wrote it down in the minutes, whatever he said. But I had, no more than 15 seconds to think about it. You said you had a chance to review it. That was the whole proceeding was not any more than 4 or 5 minutes.
It should have been fresh in your mind what you said. It was close enough, and you had ample time to review that with the board.
So here I said,
that time.
Yeah, I said that.
So let me just direct the board's attention in response to the chairman's questions about did you refute what the allegations were? This is in evidence. This is Exhibit 10 at page 6. Lines 8 through 9. Gaurang Pandya, the allegations are not true. They're not true. He denied the allegations. Okay, right in this 20.
I've never seen that document.
You need to look at it. This is the transcript.
Well, hold on. And
I'm entitled to my opinion about what happened, and there's freedom of speech, etc. I'm not angry. There's also another. He
said that at that meeting.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes,
he did say this.
Okay, and then he says here,
he gave a chance to rebuttal, and that was his rebuttal.
Well, sure, but they
still took the evidence that we had and went ahead and made a censor based on his conduct from the complaint letter that we said according to the board and the board bylaws.
The complaint letter was not shown to my client. The record.
The record
letter was confidential. And I asked the attorney several times. He said, no, do not show it.
I understand. Nobody's confusing. I'm just trying to make sure the facts are straight.
Okay. For the record, on page 4. Okay, on the record, page 4, line 22. Alex Grace, someone asked him what he remembers. He says, statements included, Donna stabbed my daughter. Donna, Dr. Jindal, Dr. Bell, gang raped my daughter.
This
and
is
had
what
made
the
other
attorney is
comments
saying. That's not what my client
of this
said.
nature while being very loud and angry towards her. That's the allegation. He's claiming.
Right, and then the
very
next time he says it, the allegations are not true. Please read it, okay?
All right.
These allegations.
And that's his rebuttal. He said there were true.
Absolutely, and he stands by that. He denied it.
Evidence of why we were doing what we did, and he rebutted.
One other point. I agree.
Jennifer, let me interject here. We are not relitigating what happened that day. We're just trying to get more evidence. That's not for discussion, please. Let's not go that meeting.
Right. The only,
that's all in the minutes. There's no need to discuss.
I understand, Chairman.
Okay.
The last thing is that
we're not going there.
Page 10.
Let's get the order maintained. That's not
says I was
order. Okay.
Okay. He said that to you guys. Okay.
Any relevant questions from the board, please?
All I'm saying is he had a chance at that time to give his own testimony, thoughts, and
he did, and he denied it. That's all we're saying. Yeah. So it comes back to what really happened on July 20. Really, that's what it comes down to. So, do you want to give a closing? I'll just like.
So, any further questions? We go to deliberations. Please, this is the end of the questions for the web. We're going to go into deliberations. It'll have an open session next.
Okay.
So deliberations basically between board members discuss this entire thing, and we'll come to a decision. And it's by majority. The decision will be majority vote by the board. The board members can now speak about what they feel the previous decision versus what they have heard and we go on to, after a few minutes of discussion, vote on it whenever you're comfortable doing it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Chairman, I have a motion, then considering that motion, then we can have a discussion. Is that all right for you?
Yeah, it's deliberation, not deliberation means you're discussing, but you, as somebody who has been accused of the charge, you probably don't have much other than you already made your statement. The discussion is among other 4 board members about what to do.
I'm not making
so you have
a statement.
Not much to do.
I'm making a motion.
If I understand, Jennifer can maybe confirm that on that. You are being charged, so you have nothing much to discuss. You already made all your statements, everything we asked you questions. So you can listen to our deliberations. You don't have to leave the room. It's an open session, but you don't, there's no motion for it. It's a part of the process. You don't need to move. The process is already set. The process deliberation is the next page. We're going to deliberate, and the rest of the 4 members can talk among themselves. It's like, and then come to a conclusion.
So the deliberation is not on the agenda, and so only deliberation you can do is that when on a motion. So I'm going to put in a motion, and then you can deliberate on it.
The reconsideration is, it includes deliberation. What do you mean what the definition of reconsideration is? It includes decision making.
Yeah.
Decision making, you deliberate and make decisions. Okay, you don't need to be explained.
Ultimately, it has.
So Jennifer, can you make it
on a motion?
The motion was already to publicly censure, and so we are here.
Okay, we need a second.
To reconsider that motion that was made.
Except it's a de novo matter as a court order. So the idea that it's like an appeal from that ruling is incorrect according to the judge, okay? This is a fresh decision you guys are making. And if somebody wants to make a...
It is a fresh decision. It's absolutely fresh decision, and that's why we are going to deliberate. If so required, we can do more motion to deliberate and then go second and go on. That's fine with me too.
If I can interject here for a second. Dr. Reddy, if I can interject. I think what you're saying is procedurally you want to finish the rehearing or the reconsideration hearing before we open the floor to motions from members of the board. And so I think that you are appropriate in stating that you want to complete the process that you've already started, which is the rehearing proceedings. And if at the conclusion of that process, either any of the board members want to make a motion, that would be the appropriate time. Is that what I'm understanding you to be saying, Dr. Reddy?
Exactly.
Okay,
for the decision, you need a motion and second, but for deliberations, which is basically discussion, we could do in a discussion among the 4 members if anybody wants to say something before we make a motion for reconsideration, yes or no. So the deliberation basically may not happen because we heard enough of it. Anybody wants to say something, board members can talk among each other in open session. If not, we can go through the motion.
I have a question to ask both attorneys, I guess. What's a de novo hearing again? What is de novo, starting from scratch?
Yeah, it's Latin for from anew. In other words, it's a restart.
Is there a point in there we can start, or since it's de novo and we take it as it is, do we need to go back and get the same letter rewritten, or can we use the same evidence that we used the first time for the second time?
Well, we have a difference of opinion, okay? I'll give you my opinion and then Ms. Hanson can give you hers, okay? So in the legal world, and this judge is in the legal world, and he made an order and he refers to de novo. And in the legal world, for example, on an appeal, okay, the appellate judges review what was decided by the lower court, okay? If it's a de novo review, that means they don't give any deference to what the decision was down below, okay? So that's the idea, is that they restart and they look at it all again, okay? So it's basically a fresh start. So, but
that doesn't mean that the evidence can't be considered, the evidence that
No, that's the way I understand it, that she said we can consider past evidence.
Well, that's our difference of opinion, okay? Because it was clear in the first session that we had with the judge that this was supposed to be a restart, and present your best evidence here. We present our best evidence, and you folks make your decision based on the evidence that we present in this proceeding. And Ms. Hanson disagrees. She thinks you can reach back, but I don't think that's appropriate in de novo. So we have a difference of opinion. Okay?
Well, we've agreed
So
that
I
this
have a
transcript is part of the record.
I do have a comment here.
But we shouldn't
Yeah, I
even
have a comment
have this
here.
until we start over. We need to start from scratch.
Dr. Turtle.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
So let me.
This could go on for another year because we're getting the same letter.
No, we're not restarting. This
No, that's what I'm saying.
was the procedure.
Can we use the evidence that we've had to make a decision?
my answer to the question is no, based on what the judge ordered. Ms. Hanson has a different view. So I can only tell you what my understanding.
Well, the chairman is leading the proceeding, so let's defer to the chairman.
Let me say something here. We are here for something called reconsideration of the decision that was made at the by board, and this has to be done. This is going to be the final reconsideration. There's no more process here. Reconsideration is what we are discussing. Judge can say what he wants, but we are here for reconsideration. He can say, we use all of it, all the evidence that is available to us, make an intelligent decision as a board, as elected officials, to see one of our colleagues did correctly behaved or not. That's the question here on the table. It's not about the courts and the law. This is what it is, and we're going to make. If anybody wants to talk about it, fine. But if there's nothing to talk, I think you have heard enough of it, and we're going to have to go through a motion and a discussion that is, that among board members. I don't think we need Robert Whalen to speak anymore. Okay, so let's have 4 members discuss among ourselves. Any questions you have, clarification before voting on this.
So, and since we are proceeding telephonically, I would suggest that we poll the board members for deliberation. So we just start with Dr. Bell and work through. So we have a clear record of how the deliberations are going.
So I'm sorry, can I?
Exactly.
So doesn't there have to be a motion before you poll people?
Well, the motion is for reconsideration of the censure, correct? So that's what we're on.
I haven't heard that motion.
But that's
reconsideration we're deliberating on.
Isn't that the agenda item?
So,
I don't know. There hasn't been.
And I believe the motion was made and passed in September 28, 2021. So it is this hearing and to provide an evidentiary process for that motion. And so I think it is correct to have some deliberation on that proceedings and just to have it be clear, and then we can be done and any board member can make a motion.
Okay, then I can make a motion now?
No, we want deliberations by poll first.
Yeah, I heard, I've seen enough evidence and I heard enough from Donna as well as Ambia. So I'm ready to make I have made my decision, so I'm ready to vote anytime. We start.
Okay, that's a total.
And I may, just for the record, I will repeat the previous motion so it's clear what the previous motion was. And that was a motion, page 5, a motion that Dr. Pandya receive a censure and also be required to have someone present in the room when he's talking with Ms. Hefner. That was the previous motion.
That was on July 27.
Yes.
Not in September, like he said.
But that's the motion to reconsider was in September.
So the reconsideration is on that motion. Is that clear to everybody? Does everybody understand?
I think, Ms. Hanson, you were reading from page 5, but if you look at 5:14 through 16, that Dr. Pandya refrained from being in the presence of Ms. Hefner without at least having another member of the board or senior team present to protect all parties involved. And then that was the motion.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
If I understand, Jennifer, the original censor, are we going to remain the same? If you reconsider and reverse the decision, it will remove. But if you do not reverse that. Isn't that how I understand it? I'm so confused now. The original censor was done. And then being reconsidered.
Yes, if you're reconsidering it, this was the process. You affirm it or remove it.
You affirm it or say that was wrong. That's the decision on the table. Yeah. So the motion will be to reconsider, and the motion is the initial decision stands, and then vote on it. It doesn't pass. That means reconsideration, is negative. In other words, he's not, at least the original census does not stand if you do not get support on the board members this time. Whatever, that's what I'm understanding. Am I wrong on that?
Right, the public censure either stands or is removed.
Yeah, and that is what's to be deliberated.
I don't know why, but yeah. So if there's no further deliberations, and we get a motion on that and just vote on it.
Well, I would like to finish the deliberations then. So if we could just go through, and then you guys can go to deliberations to come up or what needs to be made. But let's finish the deliberations. Dr. Sorrells, do you have any?
I don't need a lot of deliberation. It's interesting on this de novo. I've never heard of that, but I'm not a lawyer. But I don't see.
I think you should ignore that.
I don't think we can get more information than we already have. I mean, it's 3 people. Something happened. We have 2 people that say one thing and another, and I would not change my vote because I believe Ms. Hefner was accurate in what she said that happened. From the testimony we had today.
About next, Liberty? Do you have to say anything? Made your decision?
Yeah, all the letters were really nice about Dr. Pandy, and there's 3 people involved, and I respect all 3 of them evenly. So I mean, we have to ask ourselves if someone can be as giving as he is, but he can also make comments that are very inappropriate at certain times as well, and you have to make a decision on that. And I'm ready to make my decision.
So finally, I'll do my own. I think, first of all, I want to thank everybody for taking time for coming. And Dr. Pandya, I wish you well, your health. And Mr. Whalen, I also thank you for all your help. And Jennifer and the entire team. A lot of hours to put in the focus in this decision. We have, as a hospital, we have a major responsibility to the community to make sure our hospital is financially viable. We are facing tough situations. This is the last thing we want to be focusing on going forward. So we should put an end to this. And again, with all due respect, I think I respect all of you. And it's sad that we had to make some decisions, but there's a lot of evidence out there, and it's nice to hear all the nice things of Dr. Pandya, and we thank you for your service, both in the military and the community. And it's unfortunate what happened, but I felt like initially there was no remorse, nothing. Even now there's no remorse. A lot of trying to justify some behavior that we do not think is our community. They're all watching. The whole town is watching. I don't think our community will like this. As board members, we're elected by the community to do the right thing. And I feel like despite all the conflicts, everybody is my friend. We have to do the right decision. And the right decision will be made. And I feel like I already made my decision also. And we thank everybody, and nothing personal here. Really, that's the message I want to get across. We want the best for the hospital, and I really thank everybody for everything. So I think we'll go on voting. So no other comments from me. Again, thank you, Donna, for being so unselfish. I have to say something to Donna because it's very emotional. I think she's been in the community just like Gaurang Pandya. I mean, from childhood, she served the community, and she felt hurt. And I was moved by her testimony. She was literally crying. I mean, that is a lot, and she's willing to. She's willing to do everything, sacrifice for the hospital. And I think we are all in the same boat. And that's our goal. So with that, I think we'll go into the motion and the voting on it. Thank you again. We need a motion to reconsider. So Jennifer, help us to word it. How the motion should be. So
I have a motion.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm going to do is call for the question, and let's answer the first motion that Mr. Trace talked about our either denying or still keeping the decision.
Affirming
that. So I'm going to call for the question, and let's go ahead and get it done and vote.
So the question is whether
the motion is on the table.
The public censure motion will be affirmed And second, that when Dr. Pandya will not be within the presence of Ms. Hefner without a member of the board or the senior team present to protect all parties involved.
So as a chairman, I would make the motion that the, again, I need to have it written here. So again, can you repeat that again? I just want to say exactly what,
So is the motion to affirm the public censure? That would be the first part of the motion.
We do separate motions or one?
Okay, one motion, whether to affirm the public censure and also be required to have someone present in the room when he's talking with Ms. Hefner, to include a member of the senior team, a board lawyer, hospital lawyer, or another board member.
Okay. So I make a motion to affirm the censor decision and to also have somebody else in the room. He cannot be by himself with Donna Hefner, it can be only with other board member or other officials. So that's my motion on the table as presented.
I second that. I second that motion.
So second is done. So can we roll call?
Start with Dr. Bell.
I affirm that we should keep that.
So aye for the motion.
I affirm to stand.
I'm sorry?
Dr. Pandya, is it an aye or nay against?
No.
Okay.
Dr. Lobelli? I affirm. I affirm.
Are there any other motions?
No need.
The motion passes. So this concludes the open session. We have a couple of items in the closed session. So this concludes the open session. This open session is adjourned.
Dr. Reddy, can we do the announcements? Just that the regular meeting, next regular meeting is August 23rd, 22.
Yeah.
And that ethics training needs to be done.
Yeah. Yeah, the next regular meeting on August 23rd, I think, right? Yeah. 23rd, no. Yeah, the board meeting. All the members can be excused. We have a closed session. We are up to